Still a little sweaty. Still a little sweaty. Oh, whatever song is up next, I liked it, so. Oh, yeah, just got in from a walk, plus a little weightlifting. Nothing minor, just curls. Nothing major, just curls. But it is officially summer in Las Vegas. Holy shit. It is gusting 15 to 20 mile an hour winds outside. It's 95 degrees functionally at midnight. So it's midnight and there's 95 degree wind blowing. It's a thing living here in the summer. It's a thing. Hey, Cassidy. Oh, man. Let's see. Take care of that. There we go. And let's see. Fucking Karina was in here a while ago. Amorous. Hey there, Amorous. Hey, good morning, Viva. Duffy. Hey, Casual. I have family in Vegas. I never enjoy walking out into a clothes dryer. It is weird. Like, yeah, and I've got my community, like my area has a few spots that act as like sincerely intense wind tunnels. There's one that's sort of this street that over there, and it's always blowing really hard right down that street. And so, yeah, it was really windy coming up that street, but 95 degree wind just the whole time. It's like, oh, Jesus. And again, at midnight. It's a balmy 54 here. Yes, hairdryer, the environment. Yeah, definitely a thing. So, yeah. See if we can't get the air conditioning. This side of the house, the air conditioning, I have two separate air conditioning units for this house. And this side, the sort of like residential side of the house, it's poorly insulated. I've never been happy with it. So it's almost always 5 or 6 degrees hotter, especially in this room, than anything else that I have set. So yeah, I have to crank it down. Oh, Jesus, Cassidy. Cat. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's 93, 95, 20 mile per hour wind gusts. It's literally a hairdryer outside right now at fucking midnight. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Oh, it looks like alerts aren't popping tonight. That's gonna be a whole thing. Rich the Liberal, thank you for the follow. Oh yeah, Kat. I mean, it's desert wind, right? Like that happens. That just happens every summer. Fuck it. It's night show. I'm sure it's going to end up as a clusterfuck anyway. Whoever wants to join me on air, can join me on air. Duffy just got volunteered for service. Duffy was conscripted into being on air. We're running World War II, methodology now. Hey, Duffy.
What's going on?
There's Gat. I figured it's going to be a shit show anyway after we're coming up on a full moon, and after how yesterday's show was, I just, I'm like, yeah, fuck it, lean into it right out of the gate. That way I don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find a good insurance company.
Does NV control the smart thermostats and change to 8 degrees like they do in Texas? If you were stupid enough to give NV Energy control over your thermostat, they can and do. I don't know many people in my neighborhood who were dumb enough to do that. Yeah. A lot of boomers, a lot of untrusting Mormons, and a lot of just sketchy fuckers like me who are like, I don't like you already as an organization. I don't want you able to reach into my house and adjust my thermostat. Thanks. That sounds like a bad idea. But yeah, that capability does exist. I personally have never known anybody who volunteered for that shit. Well, no, I mean, not in particular, Skeptic. Cassie, I'm not signing up for any plan like that. Yeah, no, that's fuck yeah. Do you still have what was that, Duffy?
I'd never be able to sleep.
Yeah.
Just straight up.
I just, yeah. Is that a thing in LA, Cat? Is that
What the privatized
the smart
like,
the smart thermostat, the smart like controls for air conditioning and heating that are linked up to the energy company?
I can guarantee that it's a thing. I just wouldn't be able to tell you where.
It's fucking all the areas you grew up in and probably live and spend time in. They're like, why the fuck would you do that?
Well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. It's just like, look, there's a lot of people that have grown up with fucking 110 degree weather in like the dead of summer.
Yeah.
They're definitely not taking any fucking risks with their AC at all.
People don't.
To show you.
Sweet, that one popped. Sweet, thank you for the 6 months. 6 months of trauma to your psyche. I'm gonna get a cue on the Stream Deck. I've got this in the back of my head. I'm gonna use one of your emotes and just have some like robot computer voice or some like gruff voice like deploying Swede and have your face like fly across the screen grenade style or something. Yeah. Yeah. So here's to 6 months of trauma to your psyche, Swede, and to 6 months more.
So I wanted to ask about this. You seemingly have a lot of people only now getting to the 6 month mark. Did you only start streaming like 7 months ago?
9?
Yeah, we're coming up on that like year point.
Yeah, it's November 11th. I think is the year. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the. I think I'm starting to regret my degree choices. Yeah, I think that's the year mark is November 11th.
Then you add the pod being on top of that. You've been at it for a while.
Yeah, a little bit.
You were like 100 episodes deep by the time I rolled around.
We passed 300 on Friday.
Nice.
Yeah, we're up to like 302, something like that. 302,
I'll start
303.
champagne for that one.
Yeah.
Is that subscribers?
No, that's
like
episode
videos.
count.
Yeah, like
Oh,
VODs.
damn.
Well, they're not all VODs. That's about a third of that is audio only recordings.
Oh, like pre-podcasts before the streamer thing?
Yeah, before we started doing video streams and stuff like that. Yeah,
Because you and Curio used to do a podcast, didn't you?
not together. We were on. That's how we know each other. We were on the same network.
Okay.
Yeah. That's where we all come from. That's where Curio comes from. That's where Nonsense in chat comes from. That's where Cat comes from. That's where I come from. That's where Joe comes from. That's where Mitre comes from. I'm sure I'm forgetting someone, and I will feel terrible about it if I felt things anymore. It's where Brooke comes from. That's let's see, Zartus, Rich Salsa. You see stop by from time to time. Jay, you'll see yell at somebody or say something like kind of snippy. Sly Fox, aka Captain Judgy on Discord. You'll see him from time to time. He's old school as well. Oh, and the Sherpa sent me an email and rejoined. Cat, fucking, she got into contact with me a couple weeks ago.
Wait, really? Straight up.
Yeah, straight up. She has my email address, and so yeah, she was like, I lost the Discord link. Can you send me a new one? I'm like, yeah, sure. For those of you who don't know, the Sherpa is actually a Sherpa. Like ethnically, her last name is Sherpa. She lives there. She's surrounded by it. Yeah, she's a Sherpa.
I wanted to ask if that was with a capital S or a lower S.
No, it's a capital S, and I don't want to objectify her, but like the first thing that would strike you is if you saw her profile photo, you'd be like, "Holy shit!" She's very strikingly beautiful. Like, in that sort of, like, model level, like, just, it doesn't matter who you are. You see her and you're like, wow.
Next step.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The aggressively gay man.
Yeah.
Giving this recommendation.
Yeah, no, she's aggressively beautiful. Yeah, it's like the kind that makes you sit up and take notice. You're like, wow, all right. They make them like that, do they? All right, cool. Viva. Thank you, Skeptic. So a Sherpa, yes, Viva, an actual for real Sherpa. She actually runs a public relations company. She started in newspapers, a small local newspaper, and she worked her way up, and she's a media consultant and a PR consultant now. She runs that. That's what she does. But yeah, she's an honest to God Sherpa, and yeah, she used to come by in the weird hours of the Podbean days, and I always, the first time I saw her, I was like, wait, are you actually a Sherpa? And yeah, I'm like, holy shit. And so every time she'd stop by, I'd be like, Sherpa! Give her a nice little welcome, and yeah, she stuck around.
Did you ever get in touch with that Black Nat chick that made you, that recommended that book?
No, I did remove her from the community, though.
Yeah, I remember you banned her, but I'm just, you know.
Well, I didn't ban her, I
like,
kicked her.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, I just removed her. I felt it was best for everyone.
Yeah. She was crazy.
She was a touch.
Yeah, no, I ended up talking to her with Taz, like, just out of the blue moon for the sake of it. I think it was, like, on like, it was specifically, do you remember that, fuck, what was his name? It was one of the black guys on the network. It was
Oh God, was it the one who got a yelly, or is it the one who thought he was Jesus, or was it the one who talked shit about me behind my back? Was it the one who take your pick?
I'm just trying to. It was the one that had his brother on. Was it his brother or his cousin?
That was the crazy drunk fucker who was.
No, not the drunk one. He was cool. Okay. He was like one of the friends of that that Jet Black empowerment movement. He was fucking. Oh my god.
I don't remember that.
Nonsense. Help me out here. I know you're in chat. Fucking.
Hey, nonsense. Chop. We need names.
Yeah, fucking. Oh yeah. Start throwing names in chat, nonsense, and they'll fucking jog my memory. Point is, we were having a discussion on like trans people and like the black community, and no, another one nonsense. Fuck. It's somebody needs someone's. No. We're trying to remember somebody on the Podbean network. It was a black guy. I forgot. It wasn't. Fuck. What was his name? Holy shit. I remember him like distinctly having a red hat in his profile picture. Not the drunk cousins. Fucking
T-Dot. You're telling me.
Fuck. Holy shit, I can't believe I forgot this guy's name. Hayes! Yeah, it was Hayes, and then that Black Nat chick.
Okay.
I mean, fucking, you know. Yeah, so that's... Hayes was on, like, his transphobic arc at that point.
That Hayes came over to Twitch a couple of times and stopped by Curio's show. And I was on the air with him one time when fucking Taz schooled the shit out of him. Holy shit. Taz is ruthless.
So basically what happened was that, like, Taz got me for, like, the 2v2, basically. With, like, that Black Nat shit, so that we were talking about, like, trans, like, people. And it very quickly devolved into a conversation of maybe white people are just genetically predisposed to oppression. It was wild as fuck.
And Nonsense said last time he was on my Bean show, he went strangely pro-Hitler.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, it sounds about Hayes. Yeah, sounds right.
The guy, what are you guys doing these days? I haven't talked to him.
From the Nick Cannon thing, yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, and he always had the deaf chick fetish thing.
Yeah, it was weird as fuck.
Dude has issues. Dude has issues.
He really does.
Yeah.
Podbean was a weird fucking place.
Yeah. It was the Wild West. They were just launching their streaming service, and if you were already a subscriber to like Podbean's hosting service or anything, because that's how I found out. Like I just I was hosting my podcast that way and getting into it that way, and they send out this notice that they're live streaming and shit, and it's like it's a little bit Wild West, and so I've told the story before. 107, it was like 107 a.m. or something like that. I'm just like, yeah, you know what? Let's fucking turn it on and see what happens. And in walks through the door Christina. And Christina is the reason that I do this. She's the one who taught me I need to get back into like advocacy and activism, because I mentioned Bernie Sanders and she says, "Ew, Bernie. He's a socialist." She said, "Ew, Bernie." I said, "Well, what's your deal with Bernie Sanders?" And she said, "Isn't he a socialist?" I said, "Okay, first off, not really, no. But second, what's your problem with socialists?" And she's like, "Well, aren't they bad?" And I said, do you have headphones? Can you call in?" And she called in, and the rest is history. We had a 3-hour conversation where I kind of turned her around, and it was literally by the end of that 3 hours, she had a different political perspective. And so, yeah, thus begins the tale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And my crazy ass rolls in after Heart Joe and Meet Trey, and it was history. Move from Twitch after like fucking the Floyd protest of all things. Fucking moved Podbean in a pretty crazy direction. And then it fucking,
it was.
Here we are.
We had the race war prior to the George Floyd stuff.
Dude,
and
it's hilarious.
Which, I mean, this is stuff that, like, I'm sorry, like, we can never truly capture that moment for the rest of you. Like, we can't even begin to describe how insane Podbean got during what we describe as the race wars. It devolved. It got really fucky. Lines were drawn, sides were chosen, shit got real. Lots of screaming, lots of threats, lots of pejoratives thrown around. It was an intense month and a half. And then George Floyd kicks off and shit just got, and this whole time there's this ever increasing drumbeat behind the scenes. The entire network is being taken over by African missionary Christian churches. I'm not kidding you. They're coming up behind you. They're going to take over. They're taking over. It's happened. They took over. All of the slots, all of the top 10 slots are African missionary churches now. It was a wacky fucking time on that network. Yeah.
Did you ever listen to those fucking church shows?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I tuned in from time to time. We played some on the air sometimes because I pull it up on the iPad and loop it in. And dude, yeah. Some of them were just on a loop. It was just an audio recording, but some of them were live.
Did you ever catch the ones where they were speaking in tongues?
Oh no, I don't think so. According to Nonsense, now the #1 show by far is a Q show.
Are you fucking serious?
I'm not too terribly surprised by that. Yeah.
My God. It was only a matter of time. They were there on the fringes. I remember that on Podbean. They'd always have 1 or 2 viewers, but there would these really far right fucking shows too. Fucking Vopus, remember them?
Oh no, Vopus is still doing their thing.
Yeah, they're here on Twitch.
Yeah,
it's wild.
Yeah, they stopped by one night.
Yeah, they seem like they've cooled down a lot, on a lot of their positions. It's weird as fuck.
Yeah, whether black people colonized Podbean and then crazy white people stole it right back. You can't hold down crazy white. Sorry. I'm not sure there's anything more powerful in this universe than crazy white energy. That Q cult shit, that's a whole other ball game.
Fuck it. Oh God.
Maybe they got some pubes.
This is some deep channel lore right here.
Yeah, this is deep lore. There's only a few of us around still who saw these days. And they were wacky as fuck. Imagine, they didn't moderate for shit. We had no moderation tools. It was the Wild West. It was here you go. Here's stream. This isn't like the early days of the internet. We're talking a couple of years ago. It was the fucking Wild West on that goddamn network. It was absolutely batshit insane. Yeah.
What do you mean, like, no mod tools? Like, you couldn't kick someone from your channel?
We could ban them, and here's the brilliant part, right? You can rename your account. Like, you can change the name on your account to include, like, a full fucking sentence. And every time you entered the chat, it marks in the chat. It literally puts a line in the chat that username has entered the chat. And so if you ban someone, all they do is change their name to whatever they want to say to troll you, and then they enter and leave the chat, enter and leave the chat, enter and leave the chat, change the name, enter and leave the chat, change the name again, enter and leave the chat. So they can continue to fucking spam shit into your chat even after you ban them.
Jesus fucking. Oh.
Yeah.
Dude, it's wild.
And they never thought to change that?
I doubt it's probably still the same way. I don't know. Nonsense. You're the last person to fucking, desert Podbean to some extent or another. Did they ever fix that shit? I just, yeah. No. Okay. Cool. Still that way.
Yeah, that was one of the main deciding factors of moving over to Twitch, is just like the actual community tools.
Yeah, no, it really was. It was a huge factor that we needed moderation capabilities. Yeah, it was an interesting time, and then George Floyd kicked off, and we were riding that wave of like literal like race war on the network. And so lines had been drawn, and there was this crazy guy. The one that I thought Kat was talking about, and his brother or cousin, I think it was a brother still.
Yeah, it was a brother. I remember those two.
Dude, he was, I don't even know holy shit, he was a handful.
He was like unironically like pro-looting. Like, just straight up, like, no fucking, like, no justifications, like, yeah, just fuck it, burn this place in the fucking ground. He was actually there in
he was
not Minnesota. He was in like in one of the first areas where it like really fucking popped off, like the day of. Fuck.
Whatever. Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with admiring Elton John.
Elton John's a goddamn king. Or a queen, whatever he wants to be. Elton John can be whatever the fuck he wants to be, because he's goddamn Elton John. All right. If you lived through the shit that Elton John did in the 70s, you know what, you get to decide whatever the fuck you want to decide as well. The amount of, they sat down, he's done interviews, he sat down and did the math one time, or attempted to do the math on how much he spent on cocaine in the 70s. I mean, we're talking 7 digits here, folks. All right, Elton John lived through some shit. Elton John has done and seen some shit. All right, your life is literally nothing compared to what Elton John has seen. All right, imagine a coked up to the tune of 7 digits worth of coke, Elton John, world famous queer pop star. This motherfucker's seen some shit. Yeah, Elton John can do whatever the fuck Elton John wants to do. He's in that category of rock star that's just like, you know what? Leave him the fuck alone. Sounds like he fucked. Oh, he fucked. Elton John fucked.
Yeah. Played his beard like a fiddle.
Yeah, yep. So yeah, no, it was weird. Yeah, I let that dude call in like twice.
Yeah, and then he deleted the fucking episodes. I remember that.
Yeah, the first time he called in. The second time I kept it. I think I may have trimmed him, but the first time, that episode, yeah, I literally deleted the episode. I don't even have an archive of it. I didn't want anything to do with it. It was such a shit show. I was so embarrassed for him. Honestly, it was so bad. It's like I couldn't imagine like presenting myself in that manner. I just like, you are not helping the cause, man. Oh.
You ever follow up with that Jet Black empowerment shit? Because apparently they're like a little bigger now these days.
No, I'd like to say you know what? Like, They still charging monthly membership fees?
I couldn't fucking tell you.
That thing was a scam from the word go.
Bad for that guy that passed away, though.
Look, I would like to say I felt bad for him. He got drunk and jumped into a lake without a life vest on. In a lake that is notorious for partiers drowning in already, by the way. The lake already had a reputation for this. And this motherfucker gets drunk on a weekend, head firsts off of the fucking boat. And, well, we'll be searching for the body for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Like, wear a fucking life vest, especially if you're going to be drinking out on the lake. That already has a reputation for killing partiers. Like, I can't have too much for that. It's just like, I'm sorry, you did that to yourself.
Yeah. Man, it's been a year already, Nonsense? Holy shit. Man, time flies. Fucking...
Yeah, the videos before the incident are like, uh-oh. Yeah, it's just... Yeah, we did, because that video made the rounds. And you're like, oh, this is not going to go well.
Yeah.
And it didn't. It didn't go well. That motherfucker drowned.
Yeah.
And apparently he wasn't even a strong swimmer or something like that. Like, I'm sorry. Like, this is a confluence of factors that you're like, what? This is essentially just suicide. I'm sorry. I can't. What do you want?
Yeah. Also, apparently Rick has disappeared.
Yeah, I saw that.
Ago.
That Rick had disappeared a couple of fucking month and a half ago or something like that.
Did his takes improve before he fucking vanished?
You're hilarious.
I'm hoping, alright? I'm drinking the hopium right now.
No. Well, not for me, Shrimps. Two guys I knew drowned in the early 2000s drinking and canoeing up here in Toronto, T-Dot. Both shit swimmers. Yeah. It's just totally a plan. Hey, you know what? I've never really taken many swimming lessons. I'm not a strong swimmer. You know what I think would be great? There's this lake near me that has a reputation for drowning partiers. We should get a houseboat and get completely fucking hammered. And I should take a header into the lake without a life vest on. I'm sure that'll end up fine.
Yeah, damn.
Oh, fuck there, bud. There's like literally a river that kills somebody every other week. You know what would be the best thing ever? Let's go drinking on the rickety train bridge and just play like pretend to fall off the bridge.
I'm sure it goes well every time.
Surely it does. We just fucking seen the every other weekend in the Kamloops city there. You're just like, oh, look, another teenager fell off the bridge and died.
Hey, Joe, we're reminiscing about Podbean days.
Get your ass in here. We're having the deep lore stream.
Yeah, we're doing deep lore. We passed 300 on Friday. We're just having a moment.
Okay, nonsense. Do you wanna fucking hop in and join in on this deep lore reminiscing?
Yeah.
Around here, it's not canoeing. It's there's a pier that sucks people under, just the undertow, or snowmobilers going out on ice, falling through. A couple of those every year in the area.
Yeah.
Evolutionary selection is happening, apparently, says Wither.
Nonsense. Did you actually know that fucking...
Never stopped.
I'd call, but I don't have the tech skills. Yes, you do. Alright, well, I will fucking hold your hand through the fucking screen and get you in here. It's not hard. Promise you.
I'll hold your nuts for you. Nonsense. I'll cradle them gently.
Yeah. Fucking... Man, nonsense. Did you actually know that like one of like the biggest incidents that stopped us from streaming on Pod, because originally Kai was duo streaming. He would have the Podbean stream and then the Twitch stream at the same time.
For maybe 12 streams, maybe.
It was like the very beginning.
Yeah.
And the incident that cut that the fuck off was actually Rick coming on the air and raging like a motherfucker on a debate. And that's where like the no Rick Rick roll comes in.
Joe, we were talking about Pod God, and he wasn't trying to save somebody. He was just fucking diving into the lake like a dumbass when he was drunk. It'd be much better for his legacy if that were the case. Fucking went out trying to save somebody, despite isn't no.
Yeah. Did they have to leave the videos up, or did they take them down?
Probably left up. I don't know.
I don't remember his Twitter handle. But yeah, Joe, get your ass in here. We're doing the.
It's the account is suspended.
Oh. I bet you it's on fucking like one of them preservation sites. I don't know which one they're called.
Archive.org would be the Internet Archive. Let's see.
All right, since we're reminiscing, tell us the story of Rick. Like the
Nope, it's not on the Wayback Machine.
Damn, that's rough. Fucking okay. So like, long story short, he was like,
"There's fucking nonsense."
Yeah, buddy.
Nonsense. Say something for me.
Holy fuck, am I here?
You're here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we can. Welcome, hon.
God, I missed your voice.
Is
This is so fucking crazy. I've never done this before. Thanks for having me, Kai.
You know you're welcome. Nonsense.
It's great to see you, man.
Fucking. I mean, how
the
do we?
delay is crazy, man.
No. You don't mute Twitch. Mute Twitch.
Yeah, mute the stream.
Yeah, just mute Twitch.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be Discord's going to be ahead of Twitch no matter what. So yeah. I mean,
thanks for that. Jesus, that's a lot better. Okay, thanks.
How do we even begin to tell the story of Rick?
My God.
I could give you a pretty good biography of Rick, actually.
Go for it.
Me and Rick kind of bonded because we both had bad mothers, and he'd always hang out on Cassiano's show. Cassiano's show was great on Podbean because he was just like this drunk Australian guy. He would be working all day and driving a truck, and he would have his phone on all the time, and he's just lonely, and he'd talk to people, and he would just have a room there. And one time his show got in the top 20, and it brought him way too much fucking drama, so he just renamed the show and started another show and would just do it again. And Rick would hang out there, and I talked to him, and he seemed cool. He'd always have what's the Brian from Family Guy?
Yes.
That was his thing. He didn't come out as a crazy white right winger to me forever. I kept trying to get him to join the cult, which the first rule of joining the cult is no fucking racists, right? And he was always like, I don't know. Here's the rule of the cult, right? No racists, no dietary restrictions, and you can wear whatever you want, right? That's it. And he's like, I don't know if I'm ready, man. And I had no idea why. I couldn't get it until I was driving home one day and I saw Kai was on. I was like, fuck yeah, Kai's on. So I hop over there and he's on the phone and he's calling Meat Tray a pussy. And he's like, he's just spitting out. I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
I got introduced.
Then it got weird.
Then it got weird. I got introduced to Rick. He came into the show one night, and the very first time, I had a measurement incorrect on one of the nuclear arsenal that we use. I was talking about one of the particulars surrounding the nuclear arsenal of the United States, and I got a measurement, a diameter incorrect on one of the ICBMs. And Rick lost his fucking mind and is like, you know nothing. You're just another fucking lefty talking out of his ass. And it was like, what the fuck is happening here? What the fuck is happening? Like, calm the fuck down. He literally this is the origin of the rule that you can't sit in chat. You have to have actual content. You can't just sit in chat, go wrong, no, boring, fuck you. This is Rick. For like several minutes, like just you're full of it, fuck you, wrong, incorrect, like just over and over and over and over again. And I eventually just banned the account. Rick burned through a few accounts on Podbean, let's just put it that way. and I banned the account. And this is my first introduction to Rick. I later encountered him on PodGod. I was out walking one morning with my fucked up sleep schedule, and I called into PodGod's show. Aaron, he's long dead. Let's just call him by his real fucking name. The guy's name was Aaron. And I called into Aaron's show, and we were gonna have a great conversation. And I'm sitting out on the front lawn of my neighbors, and Aaron just goes, "Here he is." I'm like, what the fuck is going on? He's like, "Rick is in chat, Rick. And you know the rules, Rick. Keep that racism shit to yourself." And oh yeah, I was like, oh, okay. So like I sort of got more of an introduction because Aaron had sussed out a fair amount of it by that point.
Oh, Rick.
Okay, so he was he never outrightly spoke it in your guys' communities, but he was just like a fucking racist. He could not agree on
I will asterisk this. He isn't clan hood racist. He's Fox News racist.
Yeah, never said any slurs. Never said anything said any stereotypes either.
Yeah.
He was very careful about it.
He knew.
He knew how to pepper.
He was very careful, and what did it?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
What did it was George Floyd, and then he starts just like professing his love for police officers. You will never know what police go through. Like any criticism of police at all was just like the worst thing you could possibly do, and he just kept getting angry and angrier. And Fox News right wing is exactly right.
Yeah.
Well said.
Hey, yeah, Curio on an alt.
Fucking I'm telling you, Curio.
Oh, yep, there's Curio's.
Put the band together.
Oh Jesus, yeah, Curio. We're reminiscing. I passed 300 episodes last week, and we're just having a bit of reminiscence about the old days, as it were.
Remember when we summoned a demon? That was the coolest network ever. We summoned a fucking demon there.
Yeah. For context, the cult that Nonsense was referring to earlier was the one that Curio founded. It was called the Hog Cult. The hog referring to, well, the hog on our bodies. And I think one of the first times I ever talked to Curio on air, he had me get in fucking salt water so that we could fucking summon a demon over the internet. It was crazy. Fucking... he had somebody else gather dirt. He had somebody else. I think he didn't have.
I had the dirt. And we were dressed weird.
Curio is out at his serial killer cabin. So he's busy burying a body right now. Probably dismembering, then burying a body. So he's kind of busy. He can't call in.
All right. So Kai's
that tracks.
Yeah. Kai is a narc. Always keep that in mind, folks. Can't be trusted.
Absolutely.
I don't see. Is there a constitutional rule against having a serial killer cabin? What? Like, I thought this was America. We can't even be serial killers anymore? What the fuck? These goddamn libtards have just taken over this country. This is the Democrats' fault. You know that, right? Like, this is Joe Biden. All of a sudden, a good, God-fearing, working serial killer can't even practice their art.
Our harm protection votes have finally worked against us. That was the line.
It's really a shame what it has come to.
I know, right?
My God.
Oh
man.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it was a different time, and yeah, that was the first time that I actually got to see like Rick proper, like cornered. Fucking Aaron had him pinned, and it was like, oh, this is what's up. And then the next time I finally got to see Rick, like full on mask off, we're gonna introduce another aspect of lore here. Rick called in, and I was having let's call it a debate in air quotes, right? Rick and I were going back and forth for 45 minutes, maybe an hour and a half, and Jackie comes in.
Oh yes, that was beautiful.
Yes,
actually popped in too. I remember that one.
Yes,
yeah, that I really remember.
Jackie fucking melted down talking to this. Jackie calls up, and Jackie is I don't even know how to describe Jackie. She's Bernie or Buster, and now something. I don't know. She's crazy as fuck these days, but lovely person. I like her, but her politics are a
great.
little fucky. Let's just put it that way.
I think I stumbled into this one too because I remember her going off on him.
Oh yeah. It fucking.
She went off me too.
She was twitchy for a couple of days after that. Like she went back and re-listened to what she didn't hear when she wasn't in, because she came in and then got on the line, and she didn't hear what he was saying before she came in, and she went back and listened to it and melted down all over again. Like, just, what the fuck is wrong with him? Like, oh yeah.
It was kind of a formative moment for her because I noticed that she became like a lot more like antagonistic towards like moderates after that.
Oh well,
I think that was the start of like the dissension.
Yeah, I kind of remember that too. I remember too that Rick was trying to debate me on my show, and I was like, "Call in. Anybody can call into my fucking show, man. I don't care. I'm here. Just come at me, right?" But he's like, "This isn't a neutral situation." Because Podbean is full of lefties, which is the furthest thing from the truth. The Podbean is QAnon Central, you know. They were just kind of like lurking at that point. And then he kept begging me and Curio for a half an hour of our time, just the three of us, so we could talk somewhere. And me and Curio were like, dude, we ain't got time. Did you ever do that, Curio? I was like, I ain't got time for that shit, man.
I don't imagine Curio did that either.
Yeah, I think Curio just didn't give a fuck back then.
Yeah, I mean, Curio still doesn't really give a fuck, not on that level at least.
Yeah. The streams used to get wild back in the day. Curio would go fuck. Curio and Wampus, when he had his show for that short amount of time, would just go buck fucking wild.
Oh, Podbean.
Do you still do that? Do you still do your show on Podbean?
Oh, he's moving over to Twitch.
Me, no, I did my last like normal show night before last. When I go on Podbean, I'm gonna be in a van down by the river, hanging out with a gaggle of geese, and that'll just be great.
Nice.
Curio said he invited him to call on his cell phone a few times, but he wouldn't do it.
Man.
Yeah.
Fucking. Who's that other guy? There was one other like chud, but it wasn't like Rick level bad. It was he was a jiu-jitsu guy. You remember Nonsense? He was he had a blue profile picture. Fuck. What was his name? He was like he was the guy defending Rittenhouse when that happened.
Oh, you're talking about Bubbles.
Yes, Bubbles.
Yeah, I couldn't believe Bubbles went there and then he kind of disappeared. And I'm like, well, nobody knows where Rittenhouse is. He's probably like, he's hiding him like Salman Rushdie or some shit. I don't know.
Oh, man.
Who was, oh, God. That after I departed, there was somebody that gained a certain level of infamy for being like borderline, maybe pedophile something.
It was that disabled dude, no?
Yeah.
That's why Curio ended up really like, fuck this place. And I was so disappointed because I'm like, God damn, none of these people can track a story. What the fuck is going on? There's so much pretext. And then all these people are like, you're just picking on him. It's like, did you miss the entire fucking thing that's happened up until this point? But whatever.
Oh, dude, and that's the fucking hilarious thing. He hung out with that Vopus group a lot. Like, it was...
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he did. He was on the show constantly. It's just like the perfect stereotype. They didn't give a fuck about what he was doing with them kids.
Did you hear about the actual event that just caused like the like major rift where it was like the Exodus where Curio left, and I sort of like just really was just like, oh fuck, what am I doing? There's not enough random traffic. I'm just stuck here. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
but,
I vaguely remember it, but no, catch me up.
He was on a Zoom, that guy was on a Zoom with a bunch of other people, and there was a 30-year-old woman, and like her boobs popped out or something, and he's like, oh, I really like that. I really like that or something. And then everybody started calling him a pedophile for hitting on a 30-year-old woman, right? Totally losing the context of why everybody was calling him a pedophile before that.
Yeah.
So then there was like this
It is
massive,
rough.
stupid fight amongst all the hosts. It was stupid. And I just kept going in, why can't you guys remember anything that fucking happened? And Kira was just like, I'm done. And I'm like, I understood.
Yeah. That sounds about fucking right. So was it self-report? No, because this was a 30-year-old woman, but he did kind of expose himself there.
Yeah,
Was it that?
she's 30. That's the only evidence that we have that he's not.
Yeah, was it that Latina chick or who was it?
Oh, I can't remember her name. It was remember when Harlem was around? Harlem was in the middle of that. She had a smoky voice.
Fuck, I know her name, but I don't remember who it was.
It was Hurricane Harlem's. She's with Vopusa now. They were gonna run off together with a few other shows and start their own network, but then that fizzled out. And I was like, oh, I'm sure that everybody's gonna fill their time slots and everything's gonna be up, and then everybody's gonna act really professional and it's really gonna work out.
Right. You remember that kid that I used to do that show with? That fucking you know what I'm talking about? Like he had them problems with his dad and shit.
The show that you did with a kid?
Yeah, the fucking no, he wasn't a kid. When I say kid, I mean like that a 19-year-old
from Texas.
Yeah, that dude. Whatever
Yeah.
happened to him?
I don't know. He was loving it. He was doing good. Oh, yeah, and you were co-hosting with him. Oh, and that made me so fucking happy, man. You, came along right at the perfect moment in that kid's life. And you know what you did? You know what you did to him, Kat? You made him a fucking commie. And his dad beat the shit out of him.
He radicalized the shit out of this one right-winger, dude. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
He was a good kid, though, man. I like that kid.
He actually DM'd me months after he stopped that show, and he was like, "Do you want to get back into it?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure, of course." Fucking, I got so because here's where I moved him over. He was also of the Fox News racist variety. He was of the opinion that fucking, black people didn't have it bad when it came to policing. So I just shot him over some basic statistics, and just overnight he fucking flipped. And it was just a slow descent from here.
Before that, the very first show he came into was my show, right? Yeah. And I could kind of sense that he was going there, but he's just a kid,
Right.
So I'm just talking to him. I'm like, yeah, man, what's really great is keeping an open mind, not having an opinion until, you get some stuff that you can, make some good judgment over, have some good information, practice some good judgment, because the worst thing to be is a stupid asshole, right? So let's try our best not to be stupid assholes. And he's like, right on, man. Right on. And he's like, I'm going to do a show.
I can think of a few worse things.
He's like, nonsense. I love you, man. I'm going to do a show. It's going to be great. And then you show up and I'm like, fuck yeah, this kid's going to be okay.
Amorous, we're just having a bit of reminiscence. That's all.
Yeah. Also, apparently Roger was straight up a convicted sex offender. Just full on criminal records and everything.
Curio. What are you, some kind of coward? Just because there's a bobcat by the deck doesn't mean just offer the bobcat a smoke too. I'm sure the bobcat just looking for a nice Marlboro Red or something. Just hook him up with some tobacco.
I had a bobcat as a kid, and I recently met another bobcat. Just fucking be cool with them, and they'll be cool with you, man.
Yeah,
they can't kill you. They'll just scratch you up a little bit. Worst case scenario. Don't make any sudden moves.
Maybe you get rabies. I mean, what's a little rabies? Never hurt anybody.
Who hasn't had rabies?
I know, right?
If you haven't had rabies, you're a virgin. Oh,
exactly.
Oh, shit, he's gonna do it.
Fuck, dude.
Oh Lord, I'll roll him a fat bro.
Sorry.
Hey, I used to give you rabies.
Oh man.
Fucking.
Yeah, Podbean was a fucking wild place for everyone listening. It's probably even more wild now.
Yeah.
No, it's nowhere near as fun. It's nowhere near as fun.
Yeah, but it's definitely more
There's no random traffic. And now with the Facebook voice thing and with the Twitter Spaces and the Clubhouse and everything, they're never gonna get traction. Everybody's gonna stay in their little social media network. Audio platforms, live audio platforms. That Spotify has Green Room now. They're fucked.
What even was
Podbean is the world's second largest podcast host.
Yeah, like it's not small.
No, Podbean is a significant. There's a vast majority. Okay, so like if you listen to podcasts on a regular, I'm gonna just say it: a third to a half of your those files are actually hosted on Podbean.
Yeah,
they're a good podcast host. They are.
I can't believe I've never heard of this.
Their content delivery network supports a vast amount of podcasts. Their live streaming network is a goddamn joke.
It is.
Yes, and that's where all these fucking insane stories fucking come from. Because no moderation equals the wild fucking west.
Yeah, we had no moderation tools.
Yeah.
It was a free for all.
Yeah. Podbean as a host rules. Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
Straight up, they my biggest thing that I really liked about them, it was one of like the few networks that would allow you to have like up to like 4 times speed when you're like listening to shit. So you could just fucking blow through fucking like podcasts just like without even trying.
Podbean doesn't give a fuck on a level like my unlimited account. I could literally record 24 hours of audio a day for 31 days a month. And upload that all the time, just as podcast episodes, and that's fully within my license set, right? Like they're very generous on their podcast hosting side. The two guys that were running the streaming service, that was an entirely different thing.
I used to know all their names.
Oh.
One was Leslie. I think there was Andrew. Curio probably knows. We emailed them all the time.
Yeah.
Actually, they seem to have invested in their live shows more. The only problem is it's dead.
Yeah, it's just too little too late.
Everybody left.
Yeah. Are there any good alternatives to Twitch? YouTube. Moving on.
Yeah. Or X-Hamster.
What about Plexstorm?
I mean, it depends. What percentage of Nazis are you comfortable with?
Is that Plexstorm?
Well,
yeah, if you're
DLive, BitChute, like there's alternatives. It's just what percentage of Nazis are you comfortable with? That's
if you know, actually that would be kind of fun just to sign up on DLive and see how much bullshit you could get up to just troll, like being a left-leaning troll, you know.
All the Nazis. Oh, well then fucking BitChute and DLive.
Yeah, DLive is the like live streaming service outside of like YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah.
I don't need
Weird
regulation.
things about DLive.
See, you say that with her until you head to these unregulated spaces.
Yeah.
That is where Crowder has uploaded every video when he has been kicked off, pretty much.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
So let's see.
I heard that DLive hosts seem to have this thing where they seem like they're being held captive. I've never been there, but that's what I hear.
And DLive paid like PewDiePie like $1 million just to come over to their network for like 3 minutes.
Hilarious as fuck.
Yeah.
The top 500 streams or whatever get a minimum wage. I mean,
for DLive?
No, for Trovo.
I don't know.
Yeah, I seen that as an option on like the multi-stream shit. So, I don't know. Is it apparently it's like a Chinese thing? So it's like, oh, I'll do it.
Everything's a Chinese thing. Let's see. Oh, there was something. Oh, TikTok updated their privacy policy so they could utilize face prints and voice prints of anybody who uploads videos.
You know what pisses me off?
What's up?
FYI.
I just got an Oculus Quest 2. It's getting me in shape. I'm loving the boxing. It's fucking amazing. It's a great thing. But they just updated the Oculus operating system
to include
Facebook
ads.
is going to start showing ads during their fucking games.
Yes! Fucking, you're gonna get pop-up ads for Facebook in the middle of your game and shit now.
I can't escape them.
The Oculus.
Yep. Fucking also apparently Nick Fuentes and Baked Alaska got banned from DLive following the Capitol riots.
Yeah, it happens.
Hilarious. Sold them under
yeah.
the bus.
He had to. He used it to stream a federal crime.
Yeah.
They were implicated in it if they didn't.
Yeah. It's just funny. The free speech network just boot them off.
Well, until there's a truly distributed video sharing platform, everybody's going to be answerable to somebody somewhere. So,
I saw a story the other day that Parler was actually sending information to the FBI, like,
oh yeah,
saying like, no, we think that something's really going to happen here, and the FBI is like, what?
They, according to, they sent. Hang on, let me try and find. They said they alerted the FBI, quote, more than 50 times ahead of the Capitol riots. So yeah, they're like, it really wasn't us. Like, we sent you a shit ton of warnings.
You know what's weird though? I'm wondering what those warnings look like. Were they coherent?
Were
they decipherable?
Well, I mean, they were probably screenshots of the user messages. So no. But you know, what can you do with like QAnon screeds?
Yeah.
Like, you're the fucking FBI. You figure out what the fuck they mean. All I know that there was like death and president and capital in here. Like, it's not our job to figure out what crazy is thinking. That's y'all's job here. Like, so. Yeah. Yeah, Parler maintains they sent like over 50 alerts to the FBI prior to the January 6th event. So like, just a heads up.
Did you hear about this thing that popped up the other day? It was one of those things that were like in the descriptions on Twitter, you know, and it said adherents to QAnon are dismayed because the Bill O'Reilly, Donald Trump, whatever they're doing, speaking tour, will conflict with Donald Trump's reinstatement by who I don't know as president in August.
Oh well,
yeah, I'm not surprised that's floating around, but my God,
don't you know, nonsense, that President Trump has never actually left office, and that what secretly is occurring is he's working behind the scenes on tribunals, and he needed to step away from the limelight. What will happen is he will just march on Washington, utilizing the military with which he is still the commander-in-chief, and he will just reclaim the office of the president from the usurper, Joe Biden.
I hadn't heard that because I don't do my own research.
I might have just had an aneurysm.
Yeah, I died a little inside hearing him say.
Yeah, that's been claimed to happen how many times?
It sounds like you're too deep. It sounds like you're in too deep, bro. I'm so sorry. It's just like you're
I wish I were in deep. These idiots just wash up on my shore on a regular basis and make these claims.
No, like straight up, like almost verbatim. That was like a mock conversation.
Yeah, like this is the shit they say all the time.
I spent too much of my life tracking that shit. I just can't do it anymore. I'm just like, as soon as I realize somebody's that crazy, I just try to affect them spiritually, right? Because that's really all they have. And then, you know, that's the only thing that I can do.
Something you can't reason someone out of position they didn't reason themselves into.
Yep.
Right.
You don't need to track it. Just follow Parler Takes on Twitter. They'll show you every single new prediction.
Yeah, some of those are so fucking great. Yeah, and that's really all you need. Any further than that, and you need to go outside. Just try to find some happiness.
Yeah. There's also that right-wing Cope account. That one's always good.
And I don't know how many people saw this photo while we were talking. I just wanted to put it up, fucking, because we need more of this in our world. If you can identify one, who or what is going on in this photo, fucking props to you. And two, if you happen to know where this is, staggered.
I don't know what this is or where this is, but it looks like it's a good time.
Yeah. I'm not digging the dirty chucks, though. That looks, it's a little much.
I think he used that amp right there to get it up there.
That'd be my guess.
Viva, I touched grass the other day. What I say is true. This is from another time, children. Nonsense.
Is that you, Kai?
No. This would be epic if this were me. For what I'm about to say, this is Fugazi in 1988 in a high school gym show in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. This is the definition of punk, folks. Like this is Fugazi before Fugazi were Fugazi. And if you don't know who Fugazi is, well, children, go and listen. You have much listening to do.
You don't see anything that real on the gram.
Stuck in the waiting room. Yeah, it's you. This is from a different era. It's from a different era. Do I support a global government?
In that era, I rode in the back of pickup trucks. You know what that picture reminded me of? Is that I don't think we've ever had a president who's dunked a basketball. And I think that's pretty fucked up.
Did Barack do it?
Wither, you literally spelled it.
Barack don't dunk.
Yeah,
You
no.
don't think I feel like he's dunked at least once.
I don't know, man. I don't know if he has the hops.
Well, I mean, he was a hooper though, like a legit hooper, and he was tall too. Wasn't he like 6'1"?
He's got a decent shot, but I mean,
There are no photos of him
he seems
dunking.
like a layup guy to me.
There
He
are
seems
no
like a layup
there are
guy
no
to me.
photos of him dunking.
You see, and that's what the problem is.
Yeah,
That's what the
Pixar
problem
didn't
is.
happen.
Everybody wants to talk about theory.
Okay,
Everybody
so
wants to look at the statistics,
Richard-
but the fact is, we haven't had a president who's ever done.
Richard Mott,
Yeah.
who studied at the University of Chicago and played basketball with Barack at U of C, when he taught there. All right. I can say with confidence that no one was ever in danger of getting posterized by our future president. Decent pickup hoop guard and a good team player, but not a dunker.
Damn.
You can't basically be George W. Bush and dunk. I mean, you got to have heart. You know what I mean? You can't. It's not there. I can tell just by looking at him. Dude can't dunk. Decent shot, though. Decent shot.
He had a good stroke on him.
Washington could dunk a basketball. And by the way, I just want to bait somebody out here. Do I support a global government? Only if the Jews run it.
You know, fuck it. Just straight up.
Yeah.
We're all mask off. We're all being paid.
Yeah.
This is the Soros network at the end of the day.
Yep. Only if it's run by a cabal of Zionist Jews.
We're all being paid off here. This is our day off. The one day off, like every what's like a religious like time frame? Fucking 7 years.
I was going to say the Sabbath. This is our Sabbath.
Okay, well, fuck it. Either way, So we're just all grifting here. Every one of us, we're steady pulling in Soros checks. That's where all the recording equipment comes from. That's how we can afford to do this all the time.
I mean, you see this shit? This is all Soros money. Okay, this is all of this shit. This is all Soros money. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, I want that mixer. Where do I apply?
At your local CIA branch.
Yeah.
I think I know where that is. They're not very good.
I remember the first time I sacrificed a goat.
Time for that mitzvah magic. Yeah. It's fucking A, people. Oh, adrenochrome.
Yeah. Goat is delicious. You know what? Actually,
depends how
I
it's
don't really
prepared.
Goat is fucking delicious if prepared properly. It's the most eaten meat in the world.
Depends how it's prepared.
Here's the thing: is I've had it prepared correctly. I've tried hard to love it too, and I just can't. I just can't do it. I'll eat it. I won't complain, but it's just it's just meh. It'll always just be kind of like an okay meal. It'll be a nice protein to round out a meal, and that's all it is.
If you got some goats in a good mood too, like a good pure mood, You get some great cheese out of them, and I mean great cheese.
Yeah, goat's milk cheese is some of the best cheeses. I like the bite, the tang that they have is always better.
That's when there's a Billy around, right? And it kind of gets things.
Croyle TM wants to just ask everybody: would you rather work for the CIA or the DoD?
DoD, easy. Fucking.
I've done research for the DoD, so whatever.
Yeah, it's just like DoD actually does like some good work. CIA can go fuck itself.
See,
God before God.
I think is CIA better drugs, says Cassidy.
That is true.
Here's my opinion. Right, you work your way up through the ranks till you get to a tier 1 spec ops unit, and then you're going to end up working for the CIA anyway. CIA does have their own spec ops tier, but they do draw from tier 1 special forces. And so if you work your way all the way up to the tier 1 special forces, which are the elite of the elite of the elite of the elite, these guys are insane, you can then probably end up on the CIA's spec ops teams. All right, so you can work for the DoD and the CIA at the same time. If you get mixed up with a lot of that CIA stuff, then you maybe get in on some of that, Colombian cocaine shipment territory, right? You can have your cake and eat it too, folks. Just saying.
So what I'm saying is what you're saying is that in order to like min-max this, you just have to pick DoD by default.
Yeah. If you want to min-max, you got to start with DoD. Yeah.
Okay.
You got a main DoD, and then you sub your CIA.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Peruvian fish scale, NSA for me. Fucking.
Did you ever get around to watching that fucking Crowder Sam Cedar thing that happened, by the way?
I watched a few moments of it. I'm sorry, I can't listen to fucking Crowder just talk for very long, but I did oh my god, Sam Cedar, that I saw it. I saw it, and then 12 minutes later he gets up and walks out.
Okay, look, bear with me. I think it was staged. I watched it on stream today. You can watch the whole VOD, my live reaction. I think it was fake as fuck. Because the thing is that Angie sent a video from Steven Crowder's side showing the unedited footage from his end. He starts the fucking stream out predicting that fucking H3 would have Sam Cedar on the line, and then he would fucking, and then.
Are you cat? Okay, now I'm on the line.
Siri.
I'm actually gonna push back on this now. You completely ignored the fact that they tried to have the debate a week earlier, and he literally delayed it because Sam Cedar stopped going live early. He's like, nope, I'm not having the debate tonight. Because he thought Sam Cedar was going to jump on him that night. He was
and there's actually there's a brilliant, I saw the lead up. Somebody actually explained the timeline. The timeline starts a year ago.
Oh yeah.
Steven Crowder's been dodging Sam Cedar for a year.
Yeah, no, dude, this is literally something he's been avoiding.
Yeah, he's got Cedar's got the receipts on this one from Politicon saying Crowder got cold feet, he doesn't want to debate you. Even who's the other douchebag that fucking some right winger that Cedar agreed to go on his show only if he would help him debate Crowder, and even that right winger straight up sold Crowder out. Was oh yeah, no, he doesn't want to debate you. He backed out.
Can I ask a really stupid question about this whole phenomenon? Because I hate Steven Crowder. He's not funny. He's a fucking idiot. I don't know this Sam Cedar guy.
Gavin McInnes, thank you. It was Gavin McInnes.
So the whole starting point of this was Steven Crowder was doing CPAC for years, being a host of it, never being challenged. And so one year while hosting it, Sam Cedar was able to get a debate lined up with him that he agreed to. They were organized to do it at CPAC, ready to go. His dad talked him out of it and specifically said, "You'll ruin your career if you do that."
And by the way, his dad is still canceling gigs for him. Just FYI.
His dad is his head producer and manager. By the way.
But yeah, this is
Crowder is like a.
Yeah. Cedar's got the receipts on this one. Crowder's been dodging him for like a while. And he's got the emails and the voicemails and shit like that showing that Crowder, anytime Cedar engages Crowder or gets into a space that he could debate Crowder bows out. Like, he will not do it for some reason. I don't know why he's so terrified of fucking Sam Cedar. Like, look, it is what it is. I don't fucking know. But it really... It's not a good look.
I actually believe I know why now. He will never do it, because Sam Cedar has now put an entire year of his career to building the perfect defense and arguments for Steven Crowder at this point, since he knocked it off at CPAC.
I love this official Timpa. Crowder is Canadian. He's too nice to engage in a debate with someone like Cedar. What do you mean, someone like Cedar? Please,
you think
elaborate.
This might end up on a boxing match?
I could see.
Peace through poorly spelled. Yeah. Hierarchy. Peace through hierarchy. Which, by the way, hierarchies have led to a shit ton of wars. Most militaries are hierarchically organized, so like most of the violence in this world is committed by hierarchies, just FYI. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Sam Cedar would lose, then why does he fucking do it? Right? Like, all he has to do is spend 45 minutes of his day, kick the ever-loving shit out of Sam Cedar and be like, there, that's why I didn't want to do it. It's a waste of all of our time because I just fucking demolished this dude. Why did he run out of a studio?
Yeah.
That's kind of a pussy move.
So he didn't run out of his own studio.
No, he ran out of H3s, right?
Well, no, they were.
They were teleconferencing, right? Yeah.
He just shut his cam off, right?
Yeah.
And then they just, they basically like all circle jerk in their own like.
Crowder literally has everything to prove.
Crowder was live the entire time.
Yeah, Crowder literally has everything to prove. He has nothing to prove. Yeah, no, he really actually does. Like, he's known as a failed comedian blowhard who basically doesn't look, I won't give the right-wingers this talking point. He doesn't ambush college students. He just has conversations with poorly prepared college students who really don't know their ass from their dick at that point in their life. And he shows up with a mile-long talking point list, ready to just batter them about their head and body, and turns it into a form of entertainment. And so somebody came along and said, hey, I'm prepared. Do you want to actually engage? This motherfucker spent a year dodging him. It's a bad look. It's a bad look. It makes him look like a fucking coward.
But still, I'm curious, is this about a specific topic? Is it just
No, it's just about Crowder being a shithead who needs to be put into check, that's all. And Cedar willing to do it.
Specific fight.
How do I put this nonsense? Nearly everything Crowder has done as a debate me, Sam Cedar is semi-formally educated in it. This is this man's life. He was like, as far as I understand, he was a professional student for a long while.
Hey, Anita.
Yeah, Sam Cedar's like, he was friends with Michael Brooks and shit. He's the guy in the Majority Report. He's a big like SOCDEM type, very amicable, like the far lefties and shit.
So in a Sam Cedar Steven Crowder debate, Sam Cedar would want Crowder to pull his like shit on Sam Cedar, and Sam Cedar would respond, or is this like a specific, like, do they have a specific thing that they disagree upon, or is it many things?
No, it's many things. It's just many things, and Cedar wants an opportunity to dunk on Crowder.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, because I didn't.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it would be literally everything from like the COVID shit to like arguments on like racial justice.
Good night,
like,
T. Dot.
Any
Sleep well.
like any topic that you could throw at them, Sam Cedar would have like a multitude of like studies and like genuine like fucking like bullshit to work with.
I bet Cedar is funnier than Crowder too. I would like to see him have some sort of like comedy contest because Crowder is not fucking funny at all.
I was just gonna say, like, I was walking around the neighborhood before, and there's one of my neighbors has like a whole bunch of dogs, and there's usually a pile of dog shit in their yard. It's funnier. Fucking Steven Crowder is painfully unfunny.
Did you see his Bernie?
No, but I have watched his stand-up.
So bad.
I've watched his stand-up. Yeah. It's kind of territory that make you want to commit self-harm. It's just like, this is bad. Like, this isn't even, I can't derive pleasure from it.
How did he happen?
He just got picked up by some random fucking studio. Like just straight up, like he was just astroturfed.
Crowder does not fucking. Crowder's very respectful.
Oh God.
Oh.
Did you see his George Floyd shit?
Dude, yeah, he fucking like straight up like tried to recreate like Floyd's murder to prove if he died. It's hilarious.
He's got a 50-pound dude in the middle of his back.
Yeah.
Like, what is going on? Can Sam Cedar do that? Can they do that? And Cedar's like, no, it's actually like this. That would be cool.
Yeah. Fucking. And then of course there's also just like the levels of griftery like Crowder's operating on. Like apparently behind closed doors he just doesn't believe like literally any of it. It's just it's purely for paycheck.
Okay, but one of the sources you're taking from that is from a person who also lies out of her fucking mouth every other moment she talks. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, like, a lot of the shit that she was talking about is also, like, well documented by people he's worked with. Like, he's a chaser, apparently. Like, just straight up. Like a fucking... like, fucking... My God.
Speaking of
Explain what you mean by chaser. I actually have no idea what you mean.
But like like the trans community. Like, he chases, like, trans women and shit.
Oh, he does?
Yeah.
I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, he actually, like, doesn't give a fuck about, like, trans, like, people, like, just period. It's purely for a paycheck.
I didn't know if you guys saw this or not, but speaking about those guys, because a lot of those guys, they don't believe what they do. They just go out. They got a particular niche. They got a market they're going for. But have you guys checked in on Milo Yiannopoulos
these days?
Oh,
he says that now that he's straight, the dogs no longer bark at him.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
He'll say anything to make it sound like God has chosen him to be better. Reminder, he was a, as he put it, heretical Jew up until he converted to being a straight Christian.
Catholic.
Hilarious.
He was Catholic, actually.
Also, Anita, I was talking, like, the person who chases trans people is Crowder. Steven Crowder is, like, allegedly, like, a real big fan of trans women. And, apparently, according to, like, people that he's worked with, big gay dude. Like, big old gay. Like, everyone thinks he's gay as fuck. And, so there's that.
Crowder is open 247 at his Change My Minds. I'm pretty sure somebody just had a stroke. That's all.
Yeah.
I don't.
So I would straight up go to one of Crowder's booths. It's just a shame that he never tweets the location of them whenever he decides to do them.
Wait, are they actually trying to... Okay, sorry. I think maybe let's just... If I'm trying to do any amount of Sherlockian puzzle piecing here, do they mean there's 247 episodes of Change My Mind? And if that's the case, I'm sorry, you cannot ever convince me those are different topics. He does not have that much he actually talks about.
Oh, I'm sorry, he's not.
He literally just fucked up 24/7.
Yeah, he's 2 hours a day, 47 days a year. Made sense to me, said Rev.
Oh, pardon me.
I don't know. I think he fucked up 24/7. Either way, he debates unsuspecting college students who, and again, I say debates in air quotes. Nobody has I have, the last debate I saw online was Hitchens and it was it was Stephen Fry, Christopher Hitchens versus the Archbishop and that terrible, Ann Whitcomb, whatever Archbishop douchebag name is, and Ann Whitcomb actually debating, like a real true debate. That was the last, and that happened like 7, 8, 12 years ago. Like that was the last actual debate I saw online. We keep using this word and we've just beaten it into fucking submission at this point to mean absolutely nothing. But I mean, I would kind of like to put that flag in the ground and say that Steven Crowder debates no one. Steven Crowder's never had a debate. That's not a thing that's occurred.
Is he why Diaper Girl does that?
I would imagine that him and Ben Shapiro probably opened that lane for a bunch of people.
Does Shapiro do that? I just saw him going to Home Depot and putting one board in a plastic bag, and it was one of the weirdest fucking things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, no, Shapiro would go to like college campuses too. He would hold like speaking events, like open mic speaking events, where like random college students would fucking,
No, peace. How would I debate him? Sam Cedar has 1 million subscribers, and Crowder, he's beneath Crowder. How would I debate him? Right? Like, I'm not worth his time. So, see your own refutation. Like, come on, man. Like, get with your own program. Little ideological consistency out of people with a name like Peace Through Hierarchy. Not expected. I shouldn't have those expectations, especially from an account that was created 2 days ago. You cowardly fuck who can't hold on to an account.
Do you debate other lefties, Kai? I don't know. He debates me sometimes, occasionally, like on the blue moon.
Yeah, Kat and I will go at it.
Yeah,
we will. Communalist versus individualist, but we're still coming from the same camp at the end of the day. When it boils down to it, somebody we will be fighting like cats and dogs, and your dumbass will walk into the room, and we'll just look at each other and go, "This one."
Yeah, that's the thing is that like every time me and Kai get into it, we always kind of just like remind ourselves that like at the end of the day, our disagreements are like just a bunch of nerd shit.
Yeah,
like. It just doesn't really matter that much.
It's policy wonk territory. It's theory head territory. Like, we agree on the broad strokes.
Yeah,
at the end of the day, like, yeah, some asshole that makes claims about peace through hierarchies walks into the room with the two of us arguing. We'd be like, yeah, time to go to work.
We need broad strokes too. If you guys ever seen TikTok, we need fucking broad strokes. Like really, really broad. Really broad.
Also, I don't know. I guess you shit on tankies all the time, so there's that too.
Yeah.
So.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. I fucking take tankies to task on the regular.
Yeah. So yeah. Kai debates lefties.
Oh.
It's on the table.
Yeah.
You got some sense saying tankies, and she was saying tankies, and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yes.
She's like authoritarian communist. Don't you know what the fuck? And I'm like, no. And she's like, it's not Kais, it's tankies. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Love you some sense.
You've finally gotten like boomered. How does it feel?
I just didn't even know. I mean, like, she's always watching Kai's show. She loves Kai's show.
Oh, yeah,
and I'm like
at
work and stuff, and then she's like, tankies, whatever, making take like, and I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah, she comes through sometimes. She's not an active chatter, but she'll make her comments here and there.
I often find people who are smart say they're smart. That's definitely a pattern I've noticed in this world, is that the most intelligent people talk about their intelligence. That's for sure a pattern I picked up on maybe a couple of months ago. I'm slow on the uptake like that. I'm sure there's no quotes by extraordinarily brilliant people. I don't know, somebody like who's somebody smart? Somebody like, I don't know, Stephen Hawking saying that anybody who talks about their IQ is what did he say? Is pathetic or is a fool or something along those lines. Yes, I'm sure that's what intelligent people do, is they talk about their intelligence. Yeah.
You ever look at any of those Mensa tests?
Yeah, but not recently. The last time I looked at a Mensa test, I was fucking living in Tennessee, so that'd be like a while ago.
Yeah, probably like 20 years ago, but everybody's like, I'm a member of Mensa, da-da-da. I'm so fucking smart, I'm a member of Mensa. And I looked at the test at some point, and it looked like one of those stupid, like, you know, scholastic bullshit, fill in the bubble things, which one's the elephant, and I'm like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen.
And there it is, by the way. Finally the auspices got dropped. Go burn some more buildings while wearing your butt masks. Fauci said masks don't do anything.
I actually have a funny anecdote about the Mensa stuff.
It always comes back to like just being mad about people like wanting social progress.
Yeah.
It always comes back to the outsiders.
Anyway, Caboose, yes, Mensa.
My dad joined Mensa for the sole purpose of dunking on those people.
Nice. I considered it, but then I was like, am I just feeding into it? But that's awesome.
A clip.
I would like to go to a Mensa conference just to be an asshole.
I mean, you would be one of many.
I'd be like, let's have some nerdy sex. Let's hit the bar and have some nerdy sex.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, you would have to, you troll them from the other direction, which you are more than capable of doing. So you could have some fun. But I assure you, people who, like, Mensa excludes anybody who's lower than the 98th percentile in an IQ test. So you can imagine what a Mensa conference is like.
It's probably terrible.
It's all patting yourself on the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Is like they don't really do anything, do they?
No.
Did you see my sweet fucking birdhouse?
It's literally a card that you can put into your wallet or something like that you can pull it out to brag with. And one of the guys that my dad was working with was a member of Mensa and insisted that the people at Mensa are like, just, you know, the best people, the top absolute fucking best people. You don't fuck with Mensa. My dad got so fucking sick of it, he joined Mensa and showed him the card.
Just out of sheer spite.
It honestly, if you've seen a Mensa test, they're not terribly complicated.
That makes it great because it's so personal. It's just like a very personal fuck you, that joining of Mensa. And
just to shut you up.
It breaks my heart, though, when I read it in an obituary.
Oh.
That so-and-so is dead, blah, 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 blah. They left behind. They were a member of Mensa. And I'm like, oh, fuck, that's sad. What a miserable life.
God damn.
Apparently there's a Columbo episode called High IQ where there's a murder of the Mensa president.
That's funny.
We used to take Mensa tests for fun in my AP high school classes. Yeah, Cassie, like I said, it's been 20 plus years since I've seen a Mensa test, but they were never terribly difficult.
I want to write my own episode of that and just have the Mensa president outsmarted in like the dumbest fucking way.
Oh yeah, Neon. Like it did. The dumbest people are the ones who go around talking about how smart they are. This is shorthand. This is just shorthand for life. If you're young, if you like maybe an introvert, like if you encounter somebody and they utter the words like, you know, well, I have a really high IQ, or well, I'm so smart that, they're dumb as sticks. They're the
or
dumbest.
They're manipulative.
Yeah. No, they're both. Yeah, they're dumb as sticks.
One or both.
Yeah.
And
I in no way have claimed I have a 200 IQ, but thank you for attempting to put words into my mouth. Next time, why don't you whip out that micropene and put something worthwhile in my mouth?
Nice.
Yeah.
Look, you know, fuck it. I'll take that test right fucking now, just for the memes. Fucking also, Anita Noel Green asks if when did you decide you were an anarchist? When did you become one?
A very long time ago.
So Mensa.org. Do they have the tests on there?
I don't know.
They probably still charge you. Wasn't it like $40 or something you had to pay for?
Yeah,
that?
My dad joined, but he had to pay a fee.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Okay. Well, if somebody can like pirate a fucking Mensa test, this is purely satire, by the way. Don't actually do this. If somebody can pirate a Mensa test and send it my way, I'll do it for the memes. Again, don't actually do it.
It is literally, if you want to go test with a local group, it costs $60.
Oh, they went up.
Yeah.
That's inflation. Thanks, Biden.
Thanks, God. Obama.
My dad insists that the only thing you need to do to get into Mensa is pay the fee, and the test is just some bullshit.
That feels right. That feels right.
As he's described it to me in his own words, that test was not that hard.
No, yeah. I saw it, and then I actually think I remember it being a cost to it because I remember it being like $40, and I'm like, look, I could do this, and I'd be feeding into it, or I could just go buy some weed, and I just went and bought some weed.
Yeah, the weed is a better investment, for sure.
I got more esteem that
way.
Oh
my god. Okay, so I'm just looking at an example of what some of these questions are. Kids. Holy shit. If you rearrange the letters B-A-R-B-I-T. Okay, I'm going to put it in chat so you can see it. All right? Those are your letters.
I don't need it. I already got
the You would have the name of an ocean, country, state, city, or animal.
My God.
Which one of the 5 is least like the other 4? Potato, corn, apple, carrot, or bean?
This is some "Are you smarter than a 6th grader" shit.
John, 12 years...
I thought the last one you were going to say would be aircraft carrier.
That would be great, right? John, 12 years old, is 3 times as old as his brother. How old will John be when he is twice as old as his brother? All right, like, you remember this shit from, like, middle school and elementary school?
Yeah.
Which one of the 5 makes the best comparison? Milk is to glass, as letter is to stamp, pen, envelope, book, or mail.
Are you fucking?
It's just like those fucking tests. It's just like those fucking tests that they make us take every year with the bubble sheets and everything. And it was all, we're just trying to make sure you kids haven't eaten too much lead, that sort of thing. And if you have eaten too much lead, we're not going to get any more money. So you better fill this out right. That thing.
My God. Also, I saw a question for you.
I don't know. I don't know why Cupcake asking peace through hierarchy, how they feel about giving black people guns to defend themselves is racist.
Yeah, that's a fairly normal question.
That's just. Do you believe in the Second Amendment? Are you an American and do you believe in the Second Amendment?
Yeah,
that's not a TOS question at all, and nor is that racist. But I love your victim.
Advocating that.
Yeah, but I love your victimhood. I love your assumed victimhood. It's really adorable.
But you know what's really fucked up about it is that we're not going far enough with the Second Amendment, right? Because it's all about being able to take on your own government. So I think every man, woman, and child, and because we're so far behind, we need government intervention in this. We all need to have our own personal nukes, right?
See, I've been advocating for an increased arsenal for a while now. I want an Abrams tank, I want an Apache gunship, I want a Predator drone, and I want an aircraft carrier, and I want all of the stuff the accoutrement that comes with that, right? Like if
Kai, that is your right as an American,
right? Yeah, exactly. I felt that way too. Nonsense.
See, my take is that we should have, instead of Medicare for all, if we're not going to be able to get that, I think you could sell most Americans in firearms for all, wherein just free of service, fill out, maybe, you just enroll yourself in the program and boom, just free firearms, free bullets, just on your command.
We need government issues GAU 8 Avengers.
Yep.
Well, see, here's the thing. I personally believe that I need an emotional support nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Okay? It is critical to my well-being as an adult. So where do I get my emotional aircraft carrier? And don't give me any of that fucking Nimitz class shit. I want the new stuff, all right? I want the Ford class stuff, all right? Give me one fresh off the line. I don't want any of this old fucking 70s junk shit you got floating around that you're going to end up the Coast Guard's going to end up inheriting or something, right? I want some of that new stuff. Yeah.
But not only do you need the emotional support, you need to protect our freedom.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. You know, that's definitely how that works. And
my
just
freedom is my emotional support.
Just oh, by the way, you actually can have your own tank piece through hierarchy. You can have most of this equipment. The fact of the matter is why isn't that question racist that Cupcake asked? Because it is a relevant question considering the history of gun control and armaments in this country. See the Black Panther community protection movements in California. What they started doing was protecting their community from the abuse of the Los Angeles Police Department, who was running roughshod all over the black communities then and now, but especially then. And we're just beating and summarily executing, in some instances, black individuals on just the street corner. And so the Black Panthers started protecting their community. So what occurred was the tightest gun regulations and legislation this country had ever passed, with the inclusion and support of the NRA. So this is, and you can thank Governor Reagan for this as well. So it is actually a relevant question to ask. Do you support firearm ownership for the black community? It's not racist and is most assuredly historically and contemporarely contextually correct to ask such a question if you so vocally support the Second Amendment. Here's a little lesson for you. We'll catch you up. So, you know, I know you're lagging a little bit behind the rest of class, but it's okay. We can take a moment to catch you up. Yeah, exactly, Neon. Like that is how you get gun control in America. Straight up. Just arm a shit ton of black people.
Yeah. Also, yeah, just, you know, the hilarity that somebody tried to assume that I didn't want people owning tanks through this conversation. You know, I wasn't memeing. I am in favor of both Medicare for all and firearms for all, unironically. Oh, straight. So we're getting 1350 memes.
Of course.
Already.
Of course they are. The person who yells the person who yells racism at somebody who asks that kind of question, you think that they're not gonna come on. Hey, peace through hierarchy. Is your name Rick? Just out of curiosity. I just, you know. Just checking.
Yeah, no. Not get lucky there.
Oh, I didn't send this to you, Kat. I was gonna send this to you. Here, I'll put it on the screen.
Okay, what is this? Is this traumatizing? We're growing. We have more memers now. I've noticed an influx of like egoist meming since like LeftTube has become a thing. Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh, and CNN on an article about Chinese firearm control straight up admitted the problem. It's fucking hilarious. But while China's strict control on guns has sharply reduced the number of casualties in public attacks, it has seemingly failed to address the root causes that repeatedly trigger these types of tragedies. According to official announcements, the suspects were often found to have been living with mental illness or seeking revenge against their employers, officials, or the wider society. In China, public access to mental health services remains limited, partially due to a shortage of qualified mental care professionals, and social stigma surrounding mental disorders also discourages many people from seeking help.
So just like straight up.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's like,
look, I'll take it where I can.
Yeah, except you go over, like, click one link and go on to the mass shooting one for the U.S. and you're like, oh, Yeah. Oh, and did you see Japan's proposing a 4-day work week?
Right, you're serious.
Wow, way to go, Japan.
Well, see, now I'm just wondering why, because, see, my thing is, I think this is them literally just trying to get their population to fuck. Like, you know? Which, I mean, base?
Yeah.
Fucking, my god. I have a Max Turner inspired song I played. It's called My Ego. Send it my way.
Peace through hierarchy. Just say yes, man. That's all you gotta do is just say yes.
Yeah, but my fragile white ego. Caboose is right, by the way. All you had to fucking say was yes, and the conversation was over. But instead, what you decided to do was project your own racism and insecurities into the conversation and gave away the game.
Getting really strange Rick vibes.
That's why I asked him if he was Rick.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Oh yeah, I straight up asked him if his name was Rick.
Fucking also, Stirner's anarchism is egoism somehow. Although, if you wanted to make that sound more like shocked, if you wanted to be like shocked, it would be better to say Stirner's egoism is anarchism somehow, like questioning if it's even anarchism to begin with. That'll punch a little harder, which, you know, makes sense to question it.
Can you truly mutually aid if you're only doing it to benefit either you or your own ego?
Oh, yeah, Jesus Christ,
that's
Neon.
a good place to like fundamentally attack it from. Which is still cringe, mind you, but you know, hey.
The depths of my ego.
Oh.
Actually, I remember one thing that Rick said that really bothered me. Like, it was like the first thing he said that really bothered me on my show was that he was talking about black on black violence to justify police violence or some shit like that.
That's about right.
I think that's what this guy's trying to get at here.
Oh yeah, that's what he pointed out, is that like we probably shouldn't give black people guns because they're just gonna like shoot each other with them. That's his like broad point.
Which is racist.
As fuck.
White people never shoot each other because white people are ghosts.
Yeah.
The bullets pass right through us.
Yeah, Europe's history just didn't happen ever. White people have historically never shot each other in mass.
White people have never been, the best fucking at shooting each other en masse. Ever.
Yeah, no, never happened. Europe was a peaceful utopia up until like.
I was reading about this one guy, Joseph something, Stalin, Joseph Stalin. I don't know. Either way, looked like this white dude. In a way, I heard that like maybe he might be responsible for like the deaths of like 20 million people or something like that, and there was a whole bunch of fucking white people shooting a whole bunch of fucking white people.
Never happened.
Oh, okay, cool. It was just a dream, a delusion I was having. Cool.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. All right.
It was a fugue state of sorts.
Oh, okay, cool. All right, that's fucking good to know. Good to know. Yeah.
Did he do that at Walmart? I'm just kidding.
I mean, it sounds like something that would go down at Walmart.
Getting kind of dark in here.
Shooting people in war is much better than shooting people in crime.
I saw that.
Okay. I'm just gonna give that the cringe label.
War is an honorable solution to an end.
Dog, I'm not sure if I would consider somebody getting shot over some bullshit at like a drug deal is worse than like Nazi death camps. Just maybe hang on to me with that thought. Maybe we could expand upon that conversation.
Oh yeah, we banned somebody for this sort of shit, right? Like who did we ban last week that was doing this sort of shit? That war was honorable, but crime wasn't. So Antifa were a bunch of cowards. What they should do is mount an army against the United States government.
Isn't that like that black dude?
I don't.
Or
I,
was
I,
it
don't
somebody else?
I don't remember who it was. None of these people occupy. Like, I've got 3 brain cells dedicated to remembering these idiots. Like, honestly,
They're basically the same guy.
yeah, they are.
I mean, they really are. They're just angry, mad, and like they just fucking like want to kill people.
Yeah.
You know what's really interesting to me is that, they're repeaters, right? They're out there, they're doing this job, they're repeaters. They just repeat the same shit that everybody else is repeating. But part of the repetition is that they do their own research and that they're thinking outside the box. And you got to figure it out, man. But they're just repeating all the same shit. And then they'll be talking to each other. And even though they're talking to each other, they'll be like blowing each other's mind, even though they're repeating the same shit back and forth to each other.
Oh my God, you're such a fucking idiot. I love it. I love it, man. You're such a fucking idiot. We need to bring back the times of chivalry.
Nice.
What does that even mean?
Also, I'm gonna actually bite the bullet here in chat. Yeah, Georgians technically wouldn't be white. I'm just gonna throw that out there. Caucasians are, well, Asian. They're Central Asian specifically. I'll bite that bullet.
Oh yeah, I'm just searching for all of the shit fuckery that happened from like 1170 to about 1220, which would be about the era of chivalry. Yeah.
No mass murder at all. Never happened.
Wow. Yeah, great times. Great times. Yeah, definitely. Tell you what, I will make you a solemn promise. If I discover and or build and or land my hands on a time travel machine and I get more than one use out of it, I will give you the second use just to send your dumbass back to 1170 AD. So you can live in the times of chivalry. Keep in mind, you won't be able to speak or understand the language. And chances are your very base behavior, opinion, look, method of dress, and how you act in public will likely get you executed. But this is fair warning. You want to travel back to 1170 AD? Cool. Travel back to 1170 AD. I will hook you the fuck up if I ever get my hands on that tech.
Yeah.
I can't wait to read that story. As soon as you fucking push the button in the machine and the history book just rewrites itself in front of my very eyes. Interesting.
They had McDonald's back then, right?
People had dignity back then. You're an idiot.
You know what feudalism is.
You're an idiot.
We didn't call them the Dark Ages for fun.
Yeah.
If he does.
Do you know what the fuck was going on in Rome and shit in Greece? Like, especially you, being the right winger here. I'm sure you don't have fond memories of the gays.
Being a right winger, they don't know anything about history.
That is true.
Have you guys heard that as many times as I have? That the Romans were doing great until they accepted homosexuality, and then that was the downfall of Rome.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It had nothing to do with overexpansion of the empire, a corrupt senate and leadership, overtaxing, an oligarchical class war that was being waged upon the peasantry. Oh, none of that factored in. It was the butt fucking.
Peace through hierarchy thinks
don't forget
having. Fuck! I forgot my term.
Yeah, don't forget the butt fucking though. It was also letting women do things.
Oh, but by the way, they didn't even butt fuck. This is the thing. All right, so here's a little tidbit for you. What they would do is they'd basically oil up. They've had the young boys basically. They'd have them lay on their stomach and they would tighten up their thighs and they would basically just fuck between their legs and their butt cheeks. Yeah, there was very little anal penetration actually occurring from what we can tell in the historical record.
That is some high tier kinky shit.
Yeah,
let me tell you.
You mean like they were doing high school dry humping?
Yes, basically.
Much,
yeah.
My God. It's wild.
Angie, gay Italians ruin everything.
No.
Oh, and he just rolled out SJW as well.
The fucking greatest hits.
Yes.
Yeah, I always want to. Anytime I see these people, there's a part of me because I help people with my job. I help people through all sorts of things. There's so much more paranoia now than there ever has been. I think partially because there are a lot of scams and a lot of cybercrime going on right now, and people don't really understand, and it's a stressful time, and there's loads of paranoia. But then I see people like this, and I'm like, how do you find yourself on a channel like this at this time doing this? What else is going on? There has to be something leading them here, drawing them to this type of behavior.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, they're basically, they think that they've got the upper hand. They think they're winning because they're trolling, right? This account is like 2 or 3 days old. I mean, there's also a high probability that this person is a repeat offender. So there is chance that this person has come in before as well, and due to levels of racism and just general bigotry across other channels, probably got their account reported en masse and lost their account. And so they spun up a new one, pieced through hierarchy, knowing that I advocate for anti-hierarchical organizational methods, hierarchical in this case, right? Like the name is literally tailored for what we advocate for on this channel and these sorts of things, right? Chances are they're a repeat offender.
And I absolutely dig everything you're saying, right? I think that all adds up right. But that means he's invested even more than just this appearance tonight, right? Mm-hmm. There's more going on there. Why continue the investment? What is going on?
Because secretly, deep down, they all kind of want to be us.
Well, I also think it's because of how unironically, I do think part of it is how pretty you are, Kai.
A lot of them want to fuck me.
No, it's like really.
No,
it is fucking crazy. No, like you laugh.
Yeah.
But I'm laughing in agreement because that probably is a factor.
Yeah.
It's a big one. See, look, he's going cringe now. The minute we fucking say that someone
called him.
Fuck him.
We got him.
Yeah, every time, without fail.
Hey,
done.
It's okay, man. Just find your happiness. I mean, it's not a bad deal. It's totally cool.
It's okay to be happy.
Man,
Kai's a charismatic dude. If you're into him, I mean, it's cool.
I would rock your world, man. I would rock your fucking world. I would show you things that you had no idea were even possible.
Life, existence is bullshit anyway, man. And it's like, just find your happiness. Just embrace it. Just go for it.
Of course you aren't. You're trying to repress it. It's difficult to be around and see somebody living as the way you wish you could. Right? Like when you're busy repressing all of that shit, waking up every morning going, not a queer. Fucking, I like pussy. Pussy is, yeah. Oh, God, I like it. When you're waking up every morning doing that kind of shit and you see somebody like me who, to quote Kat, is aggressively gay, you get a little jealous. You get a little, you get a little something. You start feeling. Yeah, you start feeling something beneath the belt, and it makes you angry.
Awesome point, because I think part of the seduction is the comparative level of bravery. You so much more brave than this guy hiding behind all these things, cowering in the dark corners, feeling dirty, feeling shame. You out there doing your Twitch show.
Okay, look.
Doing the thing. Being a fucking man.
Hey, peace to hierarchy.
See, no, but look, he's already doing the Faustian bargains here. You're gay just because you like dicks. Just
trying to find that loophole, huh? Trying to find that loophole.
Fucking dog. Also, you do realize we have like surrogate like impregnation, right? Like we could have like an entirely gay humanity. We
also have bi people and pan.
Yeah, like we've already kind of progressed to the point where like, yeah, theoretically we could just have like a species of gay people and be kind of chilling, long as people were doing surrogate pregnancies.
Peace through hierarchy.
I'll start it off for you, man. I'll help you out here. I am a 100% straight cishet male here. I like pussy. I don't like dick. Dicks are gross. I can say Kai's a good-looking motherfucker. He a pretty boy. You can say it now too, man. I did it. I got it started.
It's okay. Really.
Gay people.
Pets Anonymous. We're here to speak our minds.
And premarital, I'm going to read that in a second. I already read it, but I'm going to read it out loud. And Puka, gay people can procreate. So yes, in fact, I've mentioned this once before on stream. My partner actually has a 20-year-old son.
Oh.
He basically he got cornered by a chick when he was younger.
God damn it.
Yeah.
So we're gonna be happy.
No, it's a little bit of a taken advantage of sort of situation.
You always gotta make me think I could be happy.
Come on, Peace Through Hierarchy. You can fucking do it, man. I know you're brave enough. You can say it.
And Premarital said, I've seen the unban requests of a couple of trans streamers I'm close friends with. You'd be surprised how many of them are fuckers who got banned for transphobic shit coming back a few months later after the titties are bigger, begging for an unban and or a OnlyFans link.
Every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah, these fuckers want... That's the thing. Peace Through Hierarchy wants a piece of my ass.
It's got to be fighting through some shit.
Yeah.
And it's got to be like some sort of worldview or something. Because I don't understand the investment otherwise. It's got to be something like that.
You can't do it.
He's scared.
It's okay.
It's okay.
I mean, you know, social norms and expectations of family and friends and all those sorts of things. It's difficult. It's difficult sometimes. Some people don't ever come out. Some people sadly die still in the closet.
That's brutal. That's worse than being part of Mensa.
It is. Yeah, that's way worse.
I forgot to open an Only Chuds.
Why do you keep lying to yourself on your stream? What part of this is a lie?
Yeah, where are we lying here?
Who's lying?
Yeah, I am attractive. I am aggressively gay, and I have already seen through you. I get it.
I think I'm attracted to men, is what he replied.
I mean,
I don't want to be a dumb asshole here, but what is a chud?
Basically just right-winger, like far-righty.
Yeah. Did
it stand for something?
No.
It was coined by the Chapo guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
God, it's a slur.
No, it's a pejorative. Know the difference.
Yeah, you're doing the SJW shit, ironically.
I thought it was all fucking Chad.
You know, I'm actually willing to incorporate it as part of the lore.
Yeah, it's yeah, you're literally doing the SJW, by the way. It's not a slur. It's a pejorative. Or you could go with derogatory term, but there is a difference.
Yeah, okay, so we got cannibalistic humanoid underground dweller.
I mean, that's from the original movie.
Yeah, that's the movie.
Yeah, that's a different sort of reference.
Yeah.
So they're not related.
Not that I'm aware of.
Can I tell you guys something that's fucking bothering me? It's kind of weird. So, SomeSense is obsessed with this show called The Undoing, right? And it's got Nicole Kidman and what's his name, English guy, whatever. I hate
Grant.
English. Anyway, Grant, thank you. So there's this scene in it. Long story short, there's this scene in it where Nicole Kidman is talking to Hugh Grant's mom, and she says, "None are something," right? And the mom corrects her and says, "It's none is, because none is a contraction of not one." You ever heard that shit? It's pissing me off.
Hold on,
It's just in there.
I'm pulling up an etymological dictionary.
Yeah, I'm just not fucking sober enough for that shit.
I think even if you correct somebody on that, you're an asshole. Even if it is correct, Because when is none a contraction? What the fuck, man?
It is. Technically, it is. Yeah.
Okay.
It is?
See,
Yeah.
you need to see what happens here is you need to accept the language is just made up pill.
Yeah.
Like,
it is.
it's whatever we want it to be. Okay.
But she's such an asshole. I'm not even sure if it's grammatically correct at this point.
Well, that's what I'm fucking saying. At some point, it just kind of stops being grammatically correct. You know?
I lost a lot of friends saying that language is just made up and it's how we use it. Ain't is a goddamn word because we know what it means. Calm the fuck down.
Yeah, no, I will fucking bite that bullet.
Did
hard.
you just upload this?
Are you fucking serious?
I swear to God, like it literally usage contributions needed, similar contributions needed. Fucking like none of this is filled out.
So I didn't even know this was a thing. Racial slur database.
Yeah.
Fucking. Are you ever sober? Asks Viva to me.
I mean, why?
Yeah, I mean, so when I go to sleep, I guess. I'll
at some
sober up
point,
very briefly in the morning.
Yeah, at some point.
Yeah. Okay. To be fair, I almost never drink. It's purely bud, so none of you can judge me, except for the people that don't smoke weed, but also don't drink. So hey.
Holy shit, this is gonna be good.
Those days.
Angie, is this stream safe?
Straight men can
Send it to me. Send it to me. I'll preview it right now.
All right.
I'll just mute myself for a second.
Done.
Okay, let's see what the fuck is this. Oh, this is a good account. Angie sent me a few videos from here. They're funny, but let me just.
Yeah, just check it.
Yeah, I'll just.
Cassie, I stopped being sober in 2008.
Holy fuck, it's 4 a.m.
I actually want. Oh, you gotta go?
Yeah,
Okay, so
thanks for having me on, Kai. Thanks, guys.
Later, nonsense.
Sorry I'm such a goddamn noob. But, yeah. Nice talking to you, fellas.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm
that's
gonna
a
get
new
out of
I
here.
am.
All right.
I fucking.
Are we clear, TOS wise?
Yeah, I just at first I wanted to laugh, and then I just started feeling. I just started feeling sad. I was just like, oh god, oh god. It's just like, oh
Do you know
god.
that straight men
Someone
can have sex
really
with
in the
men
closet.
and not be gay? Do you know that straight men can have sex with men and not be gay? They can. My first few videos were about straight men having gay sex, and I'm getting activity again in comments that people don't understand that straight men can be attracted to the sex act, but not to the man. Straight men having sex with men doesn't cancel somebody's heterosexuality any more than a straight woman having sex with a woman cancels her sexuality. And it's not about bi erasure either. Please don't say that. Bisexual men are attracted to both men and women to different degrees. Straight men are not attracted to men.
He's gay.
They're attracted to the sex with men.
He's gay.
Could some of these men be gay
Yeah.
or bisexual? Absolutely. But that comes over time, and that's a trajectory that only they can be in touch with
sex
to
with
figure
the
that
dude
out.
and he's trying to
Not the
justify
therapist,
Yes.
not anyone else.
No, he's had sex with a bunch of dudes. He's trying to just.
Deep in the.
He's
Yeah.
trying to convince dudes that are on the fence to come and fuck him.
Yeah. Wow, this is uncomfortable.
So before you
He
leave comments,
stumbled
please
upon a
watch-
femboy subreddit, and it's been a steady addiction from there.
Wow, that's uncomfortable. Yeah.
No, that is really deep in the hole.
It's awesome. He's
holy
even doing it in a gym for that. That is great.
Yeah. Well, good. Also, Viva, I know you weren't judging that. That was the joke. It's just yeah, it was me trying to comedically acknowledge that I smoke way too fucking much, and I will fully admit that.
If
That guy
them,
didn't that. You need to say as long as you don't suck dick. It's cool.
As long as you keep your socks on.
As long as you're only pitching, it's cool.
I just. Wow, man. Wow, that dude needs to come out hard. Like he needs to come out hard. He's even got he's even got some of the lispy intonation in the background that men can have sex with other men, and that doesn't cancel their heterosexuality. It's like, dude,
it's just like, a bro job. That's all.
Yeah, he didn't like he doesn't know how to do like the cis guy talk. Like he doesn't know how to do it right.
I mean, he is technically right. It doesn't cancel your heterosexuality. You were just never heterosexual to begin with.
Yep.
Can't cancel something you didn't have.
Femboys and cat girls. Yep, that's the gateway drug right there with her.
Fucking
100%.
Dude, that wow, that was like, sad.
I was like prepared to laugh, and then I just started like feeling bad. Like genuine.
Peace through hierarchy. Was that you? Was that you? Just own it. Is that your TikTok account?
You can tell us. It's okay. This is a safe space.
Oh yeah, that was a little.
Boy, revolt Portland. Why do you want people to be gay so bad? Because like, why not?
Honestly, it's great. Right? I'll tell you this right out of the gate. I'm so happy I'm gay. I'm just the amount of shit that I haven't had to put up with in this life because I'm gay. Look, I caught the wave at the right time. Right? Yeah, the 90s we're still kind of warming up to it and that sort of thing. But honestly, it's fucking great. It's amazing being a gay dude. You know all that trouble that you had getting laid? Yeah, I've never had that. Not once. Not for a moment. I can, like, give me 15 minutes. I can have somebody here like that. Like, it's so easy. Like, there's so much less work to do. Yeah, it's really quite amazing being a gay dude. As long as you're not in, like, Chechnya or some shit like that.
Yeah. And even then, it's probably still hot as fuck, being able, having to navigate them social barriers.
Hey, shit. Carpe.
Oh God.
We've been it's been a night. It's been a night.
We're helping somebody work through some things in chat.
Yes. We're doing a praxis. Sort of a right winger came in projecting a little bit, and we're just trying to get them to embrace their sexuality. And, maybe gateway a little femboy cat girl kind of thing. Like, maybe they just need to dabble a little bit, get their feet wet a little bit, Yeah, we're doing a praxis.
Yeah. Also, somebody asked if you were gaily gay. Which I think, yeah, right?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Also on the real note, somebody else also asked, how do you feel about that NFL player coming out as gay?
I wasn't aware that it had happened, but good for him.
Okay.
I hope.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I hope whatever the fuck he ends up having to put up with is not too terrible.
Yeah, you've got your gold card, correct?
Yes. I'm a gold star gay, not a platinum gay. Rabbit is a platinum gay.
Yeah, Rabbit stunts on all of us with that every time he comes through.
Yeah, Rabbit's a platinum gay.
Man, he's really trying to push the population thing.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is like we have like surrogate pregnancies now. Like hypothetically, we could like unironically have an entirely gay population and be chill as fuck. Like we could, if it's just, just insemination.
Astral, gay people tend to not only be more gainfully employed than our heterosexual counterparts, we tend to have more disposable income as well. As far as capitalism goes, gay people are better for the economy than straight people.
See, but peace through hierarchy. We live in a world where kids can be created without sex. Full stop. Like we're past the need for sex. Like,
oh my God!
Survival sense.
If you believe that giving children back to the community is the biggest service a person can do for the community, then I feel sorry for your town.
I hope you never. I hope you never ever shit on a welfare queen ever again. And I'm just using that phrase because
that's their language, yeah.
I trust that all the lefties in chat know that I don't like the term welfare queen. Okay, just
yeah, I got it.
I hope.
Cassidy, I mean, are we playing the gender identity card? It just there has to be some component of a male somewhere involved.
Actually, I think I know what Cassie's talking about.
Male.
Something like
male.
This is why I'm like, are we playing the gender identity component of this? Because then, like, I get it, but I mean,
yeah, like male is the key word there
Yeah.
that you're fucking up. It's man. That's the key word.
Okay.
No man has to be involved. Breeding with climate change is a completely selfish act. True.
Hey,
breeding is a selfish act, even if we weren't dealing with the climate shit.
Chew Toy, we do theory, we do theology, we do economics, we do like hard stuff, but you know what? It's fucking 1:50 at night, and yesterday was a weird ass stream anyway. So if you want to come through and yell racism because we asked about whether you support the black community in having Second Amendment rights or not, and then project your homophobia onto us, yeah, we're going to start dunking. Shit's going to go down.
And
for sure.
You know, and it's like let's be fucking real here. It's like most theory is covered pretty much anywhere. Like anyone can look up a fucking like if somebody really wants to have like a conversation on philosophy, go to like a philosophy major. Go to like you can find fucking tons of lectures on YouTube and shit. You can fucking
there's no I'm willing to go out on a limb. There's no productive philosophy conversations.
Fuck no, there isn't. But it's fun as fuck.
Yeah, it's a good way to masturbate.
Yeah.
But honestly, I dated one of them. No productive conversations.
Yeah. I will say epistemology is probably like the only like productive philosophy conversation though.
I will give a shout out to Street Epistemology. Guy does good work.
I mean, okay, I'll reuse Chew Toy. I will bite this bullet fucking hard. I have read much more theory than like anyone should ever read, and Kai has as well. It all says the same shit at some point or another. All right, fucking let's stop the extraction of surplus labor value. Let's try to treat people a little bit more in a more egalitarian manner. Here's like some basic like structures to add how to actually get there, but like none of it's really that fucking profound. None of it's really that fucking insane. Like it's just.
Oh, and just so you know, we're gonna do this. So if you are rocking a bingo card, by the way, !bingo, but it's officially we're gonna award it for peace through hierarchy. If you cannot reproduce offspring, you are not considered life. So we're just gonna play the clip.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Congratulations, you were awarded the Billy Madison Award for the night. Craftwork, thank you for the follow. But yes, that was the dumbest fucking thing. And you've been dropping dumbass statements for a while now. That was pretty interesting. So basically, you're pro-abortion, right? Because fetuses can't reproduce, therefore they're not considered life, right? They're not even matured sexually yet, so they literally cannot reproduce. So they're not considered life either. So you're pro-abortion, right? I'm assuming, based off of your statement.
For all of my bingo players, egoism.
Yeah, I already got that one.
I just wanted to throw it out there for people to get it. I was just gonna drop it. That was just the end of the sentence. Just egoism.
This is possibly the most egoism stream we've had since.
No. Peace through hierarchy. You can't make that in the future. The fetus can reproduce. No, not guaranteed. No. Could have all sorts of genetic or sterilization issues. Oh, God help you. What if it turns out to be trans or gay too? Right? Like, you can't predict that. That fetus is not guaranteed to produce life in any way, shape, or form. Therefore, by your own definition, by your own rubric, they aren't life. So, cool. Yeet us that fetus, right?
Okay, see, this is where it all comes back down to, and this is the epistemology conversation. Look at the definition of life. You need to reproduce. You've made the mistake of thinking there's a definition of life. Okay.
There is a quote, here you go. There is currently no consensus regarding the definition of life. One popular definition is that organisms are open systems that maintain homeostasis, are composed of cells, have a life cycle, undergo metabolism, can grow and adapt to their environment, respond to stimuli, reproduce, and evolve. But again, other definitions do not meet these life form requirements. So again, like, you literally have no consensus. You have no, like, anything. Yeah, you're goddamn right I don't reproduce.
Yeah. Reproducing is, like, one of the easiest things you can do, and it does, like, next to nothing.
It literally, animals do it. All right?
It's like, some of the most like, I hate using this fucking term, but, like, some of the most degenerate, horrible people that humanity has ever fucking seen.
Isn't that corrupt?
Yeah.
Hitler reproduced.
Astral Storm, that is true. Yeah, Grass does it. Fucking.
Example.
It's the least interesting. Oh God, there was an old CSI episode that still flashes into my head from time to time. Some dude committed murder with his battle bot that he had built. And somebody had, like, taken a hammer to it or something like that, and he, out of vengeance, he fucking killed him with his battle bot. And I forget what the woman's name, the other protagonist of the original CSI was, but she tries to, like, empathize with him. She's like, I'm a mother, you know, if somebody hurt my daughter. And he just looks at her with this overwhelming hatred and condescension. He's like, ugh. Any animal can reproduce. I took an idea from my mind and created it with my hands in this world. You did something a rodent can do. Springs to mind. It's like your definitional sets are bad. They're bad. They're lacking, shall we say.
I'm kind of curious what his whole point about is if everyone were gay, you know, there wouldn't be any more people.
Well, I just want to know, like, how do people not qualify for peoplehood if they don't have kids? Like, is it just how that works? Like, if you just never have kids, you're fully capable of having kids, you just choose not to. Like, are you just not life and you're not people and you deserve to be put to death or something in your worldview? Like, how does that work?
Man, that's the other thing, too, is, like, we live in a world where we don't need sex to reproduce anymore. Like, we've kind of, like, outpaced it. We have insemination clinics. Like, it's totally a thing.
Not only that, we still have plenty of straight people that are fucking and making kids, so the fuck's his point?
Hey, Rosie!
Oh, no, he bit the bullet. He just straight up bit it. You are not life because you do not give off your DNA.
Cool. You know
what, fuck it.
So how many kids do you have, Peace Through Hierarchy?
Like, if nothing else, he's consistent.
Yeah, in Rabbit, I shed my DNA all over the place. I've left some DNA in some various places over the years. Yeah, for sure.
hierarchy. If there's still enough straight people out there fucking and making kids,
God,
who fucking cares if there's a few gay people? Like, is there a point to this?
Oh god, he's a parent.
Oh no, no, he's not a parent. All right, like they may have created offspring, but being a parent requires, you know, like you can father a child, but being a father is a whole other ball game. I'm not entirely convinced this person isn't going to create broken human beings.
Yeah.
That, I mean, could you imagine growing up with like a parent who tells you things like, if you don't have children, you're not a life form and you deserve to die?
Yeah, I know people like this though.
Yeah, and what kind of kids do they create?
What work?
What kind of kids do they create, Kat?
Fucking assholes.
Yeah. It's amazing how that works.
Oh man.
Yeah, this is an example. I sincerely hope they're just bullshitting to back up their argument that like I've created children, that sort of thing. But I mean, sincerely, if you have, I feel deeply, deeply sorry for your children. I hope you're estranged. Maybe they'll have a chance at growing up okay.
Also, peace through hierarchy. Again, there is an objective definition of life. There just isn't. It's not something we can define like that.
Peace to hierarchy. Am I life because I'm straight right now, but I haven't had sex yet?
No, you're not.
Yeah, but I want to hear it from him.
And Cassidy, I actually have a story. One of my my geology teacher in high school. I've mentioned this off stream. Maybe I've mentioned it on stream. I'm not a very nice person when I'm sick. Let's just put it that way. I tend to say things that I shouldn't say. And somehow the subject of her children, her son and her daughter, came up in class, and how she, like, you know, oh, like, well, that won't happen because I don't leave them home alone. Like, wait, what? Like, but you're working after school? Like, what? Oh, no. They're never unsupervised. We're talking like teenagers here, right? They're never unsupervised. I had enough at that point. And I looked at her and said, your son's going to end up sucking dick in an alleyway for fucking crack, and your daughter's probably going to end up working a corner the way you treat them. Cassidy, that's what sprung to mind when you put that. Like, I hope all his kids are LGBTQIA, which, by the way, are all just Q now. We're taking the letter Q back. No more divisions, too much infighting in the community. We're all just queer now. And we're stealing Q back from the QAnon idiots. So we're all queer now. And so I hope all his kids are queer and make no grandchildren to care for him when they're old.
Oh yeah, that pops into mind. Because it's like, if DNA is to be spread, then does that mean that anybody that has descendants that wouldn't spread their DNA, would that, like, in turn give, like, retroactive death to their ancestors?
Well, I also would the ultimate form of life be Genghis Khan?
Yeah, Genghis Khan is one. He has descendants fucking to this day.
Yeah, right? Like, Genghis Khan, like, is like one of the ultimate life forms, apparently. Also, I have to add a distinction here. Spreading your DNA and reproducing, is this by any means necessary? Is, like, a serial rapist fulfilling your mission? Where do you draw these lines?
We're not QAnon, we're Q-identified. I love you, Rabbit.
Is he pro-choice then? Because a fetus can't reproduce.
Oh no, I already asked. He's trying to claim that maybe potentially in the future the fetus can reproduce, therefore clause.
Okay, so likewise, that would mean that if you have descendants that won't have kids, that means you're dead. Oh shit.
Also, by the way, I'm a male. I could reproduce at any time in my life, whether I'm gay or not. So I hold potential for life. So up until the end, to the very moment that I die, theoretically, one of my spermatozoa could reproduce. if introduced into a healthy egg, right? Like, so technically, by your own definitional set, I'm not excluded. I just haven't done it yet. Remember, fetus clause, it has potential to in the future. Well, I have the same potential. It's highly unlikely, but the potential still lies there. Therefore, I'm exempted from your own set as well. Good job. You definitely know how to argue well.
Again, it's peace through hierarchy. Sperm banks.
What's his views on like elderly women or guys that are now sterile?
No, I actually don't have zero potential for kids.
Yeah, he could donate to a sperm bank. He could donate to
a pair of lesbians. Fucking yeah.
You know, like they fucking like he definitely can still impregnate things.
Guy might knock me up for the memes, says Angie. Yeah.
God.
But again, even if I get cornered, like my friend, as you put it, you mean the also aggressively gay, large black man who regularly pounds me in the ass with his giant dick? Yeah, that friend. Yeah. Unless I get cornered like my friend. But again, the potential is still there, right? So that means, per your own fetus clause, everything you've been arguing is bullshit.
I like how the stream population's at 69.
Come on. If you've been on the internet long enough, that was barely anything.
Desensitivity training, says Carpe.
Yeah, not enough information, honestly, and I concur. We need some visuals here.
Oh, well, then I can rule you as non-life. Because aren't you, like... Do we know those are your kids, for sure? Have you had genetic testing? I mean, I'm not saying that if I were your wife, I would step out on you. But I am saying if I were your wife, I would be stepping out on you. So, have you had DNA testing done on your supposed children? Do we know that you actually reproduced?
Also, do we know if your kids are going to have kids? You know, do we know that, like, do we know that you're not actually a dead person? Do we have confirmation that they'll, you know, have their own children?
Yeah, that is true. If your DNA doesn't get passed on from your children, then functionally, retroactively, you're also non-life.
Yeah, you're dead.
God, I hope your children don't have any reproductive issues. That would be a shame. I mean, I wouldn't know what to do with myself if this genetic lineage came to an end. It's so productive.
Peace. Are people born with genetic issues that cause them to be sterile life?
Oh, he wrote his loophole.
And Mitre, it could be your brother's or your father's kids.
Fucking goddamn. Also, yeah, he just wrote his own loophole. Basically, he was life at some point because it reproduced. So yeah, he'll bite the bullet and like straight up like, yeah, if my kids don't fucking pass off my genetics, I'm dead.
Zen, solid. Santa Claus for the fetus clause. Yeah, man, you've written yourself into a corner. You really have, and you just don't want to admit it yet. But he was dead until he got her pregnant. Peace through hierarchy. Zombie confirmed. Yep.
I've made Lady Prego. My legacy is secure. Pretty much the logic we're operating.
I have the ability to reproduce. You literally just claused me in again. Dude, you're bad at this. You know that, right? Like, you're bad at this. But I know the parasocial relationship is giving you the attention that you so desire due to probably your kids not talking to you or something like that. I know it's probably lacking in the day-to-day life. I mean, if I had you as a dad, I'd be estranged too. So, or they're probably still too young, right? They'll get there. Don't worry. They'll stop talking to you eventually. you've got that to look forward to.
Peace, I just want a yes or no, though. Is someone born sterile life? Are they alive? Are they defined as life if they're born sterile? Just a simple yes or no.
They're counting down the days.
Peace through hierarchy. Can you acknowledge that
Krusty.
in vitro insemination's a thing? Like, is that possible? Can you take sperm and then just put it into someone without having sex? Is that a possible action? Okay, no, straight up, he just bit the bullet.
But no, he didn't. He didn't say that they aren't life. He said they're a dead end to life. That was not an exclusive, it was an inclusive statement. A dead end is still a portion of the road.
Okay, so now I'm going to get all nihilistic about this. What's the point? What's the point of defining this as anything?
Well, Peace. So, yeah, you have to reproduce to be fully considered life. By who? Because nobody agrees with you. Biologists don't agree with you. Evolutionary scientists don't agree with you. Professors of anthropology don't agree with you. And in case you have any disagreement there's one literally in chat right now who will disagree with you. Right? Like, nobody agrees with this position. Up to and including theologians. By the way, biblical scholars don't agree with you on this either. Like, nobody agrees with you on this. Like, you're literally out on your lonesome and on a fucking island, like, sucking some dude's dick for a coconut, right? Like, you're basically out there.
Bosch's influence always stays over us.
I wanted to do it just to see if anybody noticed.
Fuck it. No, but yeah, it's okay. So we're going to Khan Academy, high school biology.
Living organisms can reproduce themselves to create new organisms, not have to. Your own source. They never read their own source. I love it. Every single fucking time one of these idiots puts something in chat, they're like, well, read this. The moment you read it, you're like, this doesn't say what you're arguing.
Yeah, it's not. It doesn't even say it here.
It says living organisms can reproduce. I can reproduce. Yeah. I've had sperm count and sperm motility tests done before back in the days. Yeah, I can reproduce. Done. Check. Thanks for winning the argument for me. Woo! God, you are not bright. I love it.
This is amazing. Okay, so how much you want to bet? I'm trying to think, like, how old is he? Because I'm starting to narrow it down to like that 16 to 17 range.
No, it's literally called basic linguistic skills, dumbass. Not mental gymnastics. It's understanding the difference between can and does. All right, this is very simple, like second grade vocab territory. And using your own source against you, which, by the way, thanks for doing that for me. Thanks for doing most of the legwork. I love it when the idiot does the heavy lifting.
Yeah, okay, so tell me the difference between the statement piece or hierarchy. Is a boxer someone who can punch or someone who does punch? Could you be a boxer without ever throwing a punch ever?
Oh, yeah, you're right, Rev. Like, there's literally a section at the bottom asking, is this a definitive list? And then talking about how there is no definitive list.
Don't fucking dodge the question here, piece through hierarchy. Is a boxer someone who can punch or someone who does punch? Can you be a boxer without ever having thrown a punch?
Yeah, I'm not a fighter, but Cat is a fighter.
You know, this is basic language. This is an essentialism discussion, but it's already kind of like one. We're just, I'm trying to help here.
This was over the moment this idiot walked in the room. This is like this is like an anime where the fucking samurai slashes through the enemy and the enemy keeps talking shit, and then there's this moment and the shing and they slide into two pieces. Right? Like this motherfucker doesn't even know that he's been cut in twain yet.
Yeah, like this is someone who came into the discussion with you like there's an objective definition to life. It's like no. you just can't. I remember that anime episode says Liberty Jaden or Layden.
It's definitely a trope for sure.
Yeah. Oh my wo.
Take the nihilism route here.
What did Amherst? Okay. Hang on. What did Amherst get? I'm seeing something there. Quote, it's also true that the list above is not foolproof. For instance, a mule, the offspring of a female horse and a male donkey, is unable to reproduce. However, most biologists, along with everyone else, would consider a mule pictured above to be alive. Per, again, your own shitty document.
So, yeah, again, no, it doesn't piece through hierarchy. It's literally saying that it has to, like, oh god, I can't. He can't read. Like, he literally just can't read.
All living organisms must have the ability to reproduce on a cellular level.
Yeah, it doesn't fucking mean that it's less of a life because it can't. My god.
Oh, and by the way, whose is this?
This is fucking some.
Like, this is again high school level. Like this is K through 12. They have not put forth anything above a high school level. I'm with you. This is somebody 16 to 17.
Yeah, I fucking told you, dog.
Yeah.
I know these people.
They don't know. They don't have access to, and they don't know the resources for something more advanced. They don't know like how MIT OpenCourseWare or Cornell's stuff or Mayo Clinic. They have no access to any of this stuff because they've never had to use it before. So their first go-to was Khan Academy, which, by the way, just FYI, we're an 18-plus community, so if you are under 18, get the fuck out. We don't have time in our world for fucking children. Which is mentally you're a child. So
that's what to say. You could just interpret that that statement both ways. We both do not have time to be fucking children, and we both do not have time for fucking children.
Yeah, this is hilarious. What is life? Not all scientists agree exactly what makes up life. How many characteristics describe most living things. However, with most of the characteristics listed below, we can think of one or more examples that would seem to break the rule, with something non-living being classified as living or something living being classified as non-living. Even your own fucking document disagrees with you. Again. You want to tell you what? That's 2 strikes. You want another try? You want to go for another document that's appropriate for K through 12 that disagrees with you again?
Like, please read your documents before you send them.
Yeah,
just take
because we will.
Quick 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Also, I love Angie's comment there. Just damn, 16 and pregnant.
Yeah, I honestly, Cassidy, I think he is. I think he's quoting his online textbooks from like his online secondary school and stuff like that. Yeah, I do sincerely. Yeah, batting 1,000. Like this is exactly, Chris. Like this is fucking T-ball. This is amateur shit, right? Like I mean, say what you will about fucking dude from last night, Scott, irritating as shit and definitely an ANCAP, despite what he says. At least he can put forth some level of consistent argument, batshit insane and not a great position to take. But I mean, man, this is a whole other level. Like this is the definition of untenuous.
Oh my god, he got banned.
You couldn't hang on to that account for what, 3 days? Man, 3 fucking days you couldn't hang on to an account for.
Was he homeschooled?
I think so.
Like, there's no way he wasn't homeschooled, right?
It's kind of the sad part here. Yeah, no, here he is. Twitch banned me. Oh my god. Cancelled.
You suck, man. You couldn't hold on to an account for 3 days. Oh.
Oh, there it is. And you call yourselves anarchists.
I would be surprised if no one here reported him.
I would be. Anybody who reported? Honestly, I don't give a shit. Like, it self-identify. Who reported?
Yeah, who's a snitch here?
I want to know. Like, and Chutoy, I'm not an anarchist, I'm a sock dem. That would be great if Chutoy was like, I'm not a fucking anarchist, it was me. That would have been fucking big dick energy, Chutoy, if you were like, I'm not an anarchist, it was me, bitch.
The statist. He did it. He did the big dick energy.
Oh, fucking Chutoy. Rock the fuck on.
So cringe though. Oh man.
Oh, it's LMAO first, returning champion of idiot takes. LMAO first, dude. I told you, like, this is why I just leaned into it early into the stream. Like, I had the feeling. It's like we're coming up on a full moon. LMAO first, returning champion of dumbass fucking takes. Beautiful. I do slightly like it how a supposed anarchist is defending a giant mega corporation deciding to arbitrarily silence people. Hey, guess what? I didn't set up the conditions that this was possible. You remember the whole bakers shouldn't have to bake a cake for a fucking pair of queers' wedding? What do you think that shit was about? That was about the ability of the public sphere to influence the private sphere vis-a-vis what they are required to do and who they are required to service and whether they have to recognize free speech principles or not. And guess what? The fucking Republicans and the conservatives won that battle. Private business is allowed to do whatever the fuck they want for all intents and purposes in regards to denying service to anyone. Ever heard the phrase, we reserve the right to refuse service? Well, congratulations. This is what it fucking looks like. Remember who was fighting against it? Oh, that's right. That was us. You dumb fucking idiots who can't project forward in time. You have no temporal ability. You have no vision whatsoever. You literally created the circumstances in which it was possible to silence your fucking idiot asses. Congratulations. You got what you wanted. You empowered the oligarchs and the mega corporations once again. Good job. Round of applause. But hey, bakers don't have to make cakes for queers, so win? You fucking morons.
He's not even censored. He's still fucking in here talking.
But hey, if you want to start having the conversation about how we should fucking, like, start reining in some of these mega corporations and start reining in the rights of private property ownership, I'm open to that conversation. Oh, that's going to be an interesting conversation. So how do you propose that we start restricting the rights of private ownership? Where do we begin on that one? Please, where does that conversation start? Oh, it's going to be great. It's going to be a great conversation. I'm sure it's just going to be super productive. I want a gay dick cake so bad right now. Gluten-free, real frosting. Nice, Angie.
Yeah. Can't.
Okay. Sure, okay. I don't think most mega corporations need to be reined in, though. Just the big tech ones. Okay, so just some of the largest corporations on the face of the planet. Got it. All right, so how do we start restricting? What legislation do you propose we pass? Or what cases do you think we should bring before the Supreme Court that would restrict the rights of private business? Right? Like, how do you perceive we should proceed in this arena? Should it solely be things that act as the public commons, or how should we proceed? And how are we going to enforce this upon them, by the way, seeing as they are privately owned after all? So you're literally going to use the police to inflict a public decision upon private property. Okay. You call yourself a conservative?
Yeah, it's like you're using like server farms and shit.
Yeah, you're using the state. You're using the power of the state, big government, to use police force to order and force private businesses to conform to your standards of speech. And you call yourself a fucking right-winger or a conservative? Holy shit, dude. That sounds like some lefty shit. Like, that sounds... I've heard Authcoms talk like that before. That's some authoritarian communism territory. Like, tankies get down with shit like that. You might want to check yourself, man.
I don't know, Twitch banned me. That sounds like government overreach to me.
You realize the First Amendment doesn't impact private companies, right? The First Amendment is about your relationship with the government. But hey, who needs to actually read the fucking Constitution, right? I love these idiots. They are amazing. Chew toy. Oh, what did Carpe do? Mecha. Oh yeah, Mecha Karenzilla.
First, do you want to come on air?
Oh, casual. Oh yeah, that would be fucking amazing. Hey, LMAO first. Want to come on air?
Yeah, the rest of us will fuck off. You could just have your one-on-one with Kyle.
Nut up. Come on, engage in the marketplace of ideas, right? Freedom of speech and all of that. Don't let your voice be censored. Speak up.
You can do it. Come on.
Not just racist, militantly racist.
Yeah. Display your wares.
Did you guys coin? What's up, motherfucker? You're pretty quick to type.
Yeah, it's like if you don't want the reply gap, come talk.
He's getting awfully quiet.
Oh, Godwin's Law. Okay, so he's just quoting Godwin's Law. All right. Okay, come on. You wanna fucking Discord or ban? You see, Doom Nukem. I used to have that policy, but
we used to do those. So. Yeah.
Yeah. Straight up, it was a thing.
He's pulling a Crowder. He's pulling a Crowder. Watch him run. Come on, get on air.
Yeah.
We'll all fuck off. It'll be 100% one-on-one. We won't say shit.
Yeah, no, we'll leave the voice chat.
Yeah, we'll leave.
I mean, it's just lowly old me. Just some fake anarchist queer, right? I'm just a Sigma male that can be bowled right over. I'm sure your big dick galaxy-brained ideas will just stagger me. Come on, get on air. What you got to lose? Yes, Amaris, I can check your log and see if you say Nazis. I will literally... The only time you have mentioned Nazis is when you said, I don't remember saying Nazis anywhere, and then you saying, can you check my log and see if I say Nazis? Let me check for Hitler. You have no no instances of Hitler, National Socialism.
Okay, so first.
Nope.
Join the Discord.
Nope.
Oh, shit.
Hey! Pooped my pants off. Oh, there he is! Proudly Radical. What a fucking nightmare! Yeah, Godwin's Law doesn't include calling you a racist. That's not Godwin's Law.
Okay.
Like, yeah, Mitra, he doesn't know what Godwin's Law is.
Okay, so we're banning him for the rest of the stream.
Okay, hang on. One more chance. Let's see. Okay, Godwin's Law, short for Godwin's Law or Rule of Nazi Analogies, is an internet adage that asserting that an online discussion grows longer regardless of topic or scope, the probability of a comparison involving Nazis or Adolf Hitler becomes more likely. Named after the American attorney and author Mike Godwin in 1990. Oh, interesting. None of this talks about racism.
Yeah. Also, you should put on the image that Casual just put in shared content for the stream to see.
Shared content.
It's a good one.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Solid work, Casual. I like where your head's at. Hang on. And there we go.
You have to come on air now, LMAO first, please.
Oh.
Come on.
Do it.
How's it feel that like people on like, let's see, 1, 2, 3, at least 3, maybe 4 continents right now are simultaneously laughing at you for being a coward? Like that I mean that would get to me even. Right? Like that would be a problem. Yeah.
Okay. How much longer before I just time him out for the rest of the stream?
Well, here's your fair warning. LMAO first. Here's what's gonna happen. Oh, there we go. Time him. You had your chance. You had your chance, man. You had your chance. You had many of them, in fact. You've had multiple days of bad takes worth of chances. So everybody knows, LMAO first has a bit of a 529 message track record in chat. Some of his takes that are great, just amazing takes. Stalinism is literally every single post-capitalist left-wing regime in history, period. Stalinism is North Korea. Stalinism is Cuba. Stalinism is USSR and China. Mao would like a word. Rogue Ascension, thank you for the resub. What are we up? 6 fucking months. Rock the fuck on. Rogue. Thanks, man. Let's see. It's just had some really fun takes. It's a blah, 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 blah. Oh, he's also the idiot that argued the MIT, this is literally what he says. The MIT license is a non-license. The MIT license is literally designed to be a permissive license. It's not a license. Again, you can't make this shit up. Like, these people are, I don't understand how these people manage to put their pants on in the morning or something like that. He mistook Charles Bukowski for Ted Kaczynski and then potato to them. I honestly, what even are words? Rosie, fuck if I know. But I mean, these yes, Chris, it's how the fuck does one make that mistake? By knowing very little. Yeah, that's the truth of the matter. That's how somebody makes that mistake. This must be the most educated person ever because I've never heard of any of this. Astral Storm, but it is a license. It has conditions. Again, not bright, but very argumentative. And also a coward, not willing to put up. Look, we'd put you fucking on air. Hey, you still have DMs and shit. Like, DM a mod and say, like, okay, untime me, and I'll come on air, and as soon as I'm on air, you can untime me. Deal. We will remove that timeout the instant you put up. But if you don't put up, my man, you gots to shut up.
Philosopher asked, do you think Trotsky was killed to preserve Soviet secrets in case he went full defector, or was Stalin just insane?
Stalin was just insane.
Yeah.
Stalin was batshit. Yeah.
You know, I got so caught up in the 1 mile first stuff that I forgot Twitch banned me is still talking.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're, I mean, they're, you know.
I mean, Astral, that doesn't change the fact that, like, if the will of the people, like, wanted it, Trotsky should... I hate that I'm saying this, alright? I'm an anarchist here. It pains me to fucking say this, but if the will of the people wanted it, Trotsky should have been leader. And Stalin did not have right to kill him because of that. Okay. Oh, I'm shuddering as I'm fucking saying that. Okay. Yeah. That's the thing, is like he fucking like literally like he like genocided the Chechens and like moved them out of the lands because he thought they were like working with the Nazis or some shit. It was crazy. Like the dude was I mean we could try to spin Ruthless as not insane, but he was pretty fucking insane. Well, the people wanted Kerensky, to be fair. I mean, I'm just saying.
Wait, hold on. Twitch banned me. You don't like democracy, yet you want the Bill of Rights?
No, they're a fucking idiot. We've established that. And if you think the fucking teenager here, by the way, if you're not a teenager, go back to school, man. Go back to school. There's no shame in it. Go back to school. If you want ideological consistency out of this individual at this point, Caboose, I think that ship sailed. Point of order. Do you understand what an amendment process to the Constitution is? And do you understand that the Bill of Rights are amendments? And do you understand how you make an amendment to the Constitution? Just, you know, throwing that out there.
Yeah, but they could still be changed. Amendments are very hard, but they're possible. That's still democratic.
And they're democratically handled. You fucking idiot. Holy shit.
See, I haven't been watching chat a lot. Still mostly on phone right now. Wow. You have not had a break from these fucking chuds all night, have you?
No.
No.
No. Like,
the only break we had was at the beginning with like the Podbean talk.
Yeah.
Aside from that, no. It's just been nonstop.
Nor yesterday.
Seems like they got even more active since Nonsense left too.
Jesus, Chew Toy. Yeah, I love it when people who aren't even like U.S. citizens know this better than this idiot does. Right? Like, that's always a good look when the person talking shit is a U.S. citizen and then the non-U.S. citizens step in and like, actually, the way your Constitution operates is, it's like, oh, God, man. Raphael, there is a full moon coming. Yeah, right now it's a waning gibbous, I believe, is the current state of the moon. But yeah, the full moon is coming. It's waxing. So it's waxing. Thank you, Adia.
Yeah, waxing.
Increasing, not decreasing. Sorry.
It's so close to being a full moon, it is glowing yellow at this point. I'm staring right at it. Yo, the moon can't make you blind, right?
You do realize... Oh my god, you fucking...
Oh no, what's going on in the chat?
France literally gave us a Statue of Liberty because the Constitution was that good.
That's so dumb in so many ways, I can't even believe it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna time him out.
Wait, before you... Okay, you already did it?
Yeah.
Okay, so, hey, idiot, I know you're still here, just FYI. The idea of the monument was presented to the United States by the president of the French Anti-Slavery Society. You want to know why it was given to us? It didn't have anything to do with the writing of our Constitution. Now, feel free to try and evade your ban, because I'm sure that's what you're going to do. You'll probably spin up a new account. This will be number 3 in 3 days for you, probably.
I was just about to ask him if the 3/5 clause was his favorite part of the Constitution.
Yeah. Yeah, I third tonight, if I recall. Yeah, it would be. It would be his third account for tonight. But the original account he managed to hang on to, it's not even 3 days. The original account was created on the 21st, so Monday. That's how long this idiot managed to hang. Can you imagine?
Is this actually the same guy who was like, you know, if you want prime to bad and you have to fight through honorable war? Is that really the same guy?
Yes.
We banned like last week?
Oh, no. I think it's a different... Maybe? I don't Look, they're all the same person. They're all the same person. I can't begin to comprehend. Like, if all... They need to be the same person. It's weird how people tend to whitewash and idolize history. History is a total mess, and the victories ought to be celebrated with the context that it's mostly a quagmire of abhorrent things to our modern eyes. No, Chris, it honestly isn't, but full moons do actually bring it out. I remember the first time we had a full moon on Podbean. Dude, that was, yeah. The very first night show I ever did, so it would have been a Tuesday as well. The first time I adjusted my streaming schedule to accommodate the overseas crew was a full moon, and shit got rowdy. So, yeah. Yep, the full moon thing, it's fucking weird.
I'm just trying to look for people, by the way.
Rogue Ascension, this motherfucker, this last idiot, literally gave us, like, trying to make just absurd arguments, literally was giving us K through 12 sources. I'm not kidding you. Khan Academy, was it K through 12.org or something like that? Like, literally, they were using primary school and, like, secondary school education sources for their, like, foundational information. And by the way, every source they gave us disagreed with their point because they didn't read their sources. It's the way it always is. Folks, yeah. All right, so I kind of want to do. I kind of want to talk more shit about LMAO first for being a coward. You fucking pussy. Because I know he's still there. Just want to poke the bear. I pooped my pants. I know there's zero evidence to back that up, but my mom ran ERs and ORs in recovery rooms growing up. So I got to hang out in ERs on full moons. And like I said, there's zero evidence to back it up except for everything any medical professional has ever experienced, plus cops, plus EMTs, plus firefighters. Right? Shit gets weird on full moons. I don't know what it is. But yeah, no, but I agree. There's literally no scientific evidence to back that up whatsoever. A crowder, not a coward. Cowards have integrity. Yeah, 80. No, it is. Yeah, the full moon superstition in medicine is a very real thing. Supposedly stomach parasites call out for their alien homes on full moons.
That's too cool to be true.
God, that would be amazing. Be also evidence of intelligent life. No, I'm still waiting for it to occur on this planet. There's not enough evidence. Based off the Jesus Christ, 0.85. 0.85. I'm not over that.
I still find it amazing that every once in a while I'll see someone that's just the dumbest person ever, and then not long after that, I find someone dumber.
That's why you have to just believe they're the same person. Let's see. All right, interesting. Oh, what? Yeah.
Stretch.
Oh. Jesus Christ. Square the Hippopotamus. In Park Slope, Brooklyn, before the Great Gentrification, during full moons in summer, Puerto Ricans threw their televisions out of the windows. It was a regular thing in the 80s. I wasn't aware of that. I'd love to see some like news reports on that or something. That'd be interesting. Wait. Okay, cool. Oh, man. So we've done a lot of chud dunking tonight, for sure. There was one thing that I wanted to bring up. Did you know that there's talk amongst the Catholics, which completely a community in with upstanding reputations, right? I'm sure no fuckery going on there. There's talk amongst the U.S. Catholics to strip Biden to deny Biden his communion because he is pro-choice. And so the pushback on this is, okay, that's fair. You haven't denied any Republicans communion for being pro-execution. But again, this is a decision you can make. But the original deal we cut with you was you stay the fuck out of politics and we leave your tax-exempt status alone. And you've had decades of fuckery now. And now you're attempting to potentially deny a sitting president communion, religious service, for which from a church that he has belonged to his entire fucking life because of one of his political beliefs. So the Democrats in Congress are talking stripping the Catholic Church of their tax-exempt status. It's the first time I've ever actually seen it discussed. Like, properly. That, for me, would be an interesting day. Is if we managed to actually fucking shred the churches with taxes. Bo had that's Bo, right? Yeah, Bo had a good take on this. Like, this is the thing. Like, this is taxes are your entry ticket, right? Like, that was the deal. You stay the fuck out, you don't pay taxes. Well, they haven't stayed the fuck out. Time to pay taxes then, huh? Okay, well, somebody's doing it. Whoever you are, God, I hope you're. Threatening with ground pain and triggering radar. Coffee Man Can, a gender witchery. Oriel Astra. Deidre the Destroyer, and Chris, Crickaxe. Congratulations. Thank you to whoever was the anonymous dono on that one. Yes, Chris from Alaska. I've just been calling him Chris, but I felt like mangling a username. And Astral Storm with the tier 1 sub as well. Thank you kindly. Looks like we might be on the verge of doing a capitalism again. That would be 2 days in a row. Yeah, also tax return. Let's see. Here in New Zealand, we have the Sanitarium Company, which operates as a business and pays 0 taxes. Interesting. Sounds like Amazon. Astral Star, where were you with the stretch like 5 minutes ago when I needed one and did one, right? Oh, Pop. Oh, it's okay, Kareem. I understand. Oh, you know what? Stretch the legs. Stretch the legs. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Some shit needed to rearrange a little bit. Oh. Joe, yeah, no, I think it would be interesting. Oh. So this is an interesting statistic. Retail workers are quitting at record rates. 649,000 retail employees gave notice in April. Unelectable Airwaves, thank you for the host with 5 and the raid with 4. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, 649,000 that we know of in the retail sector alone gave notice in April. That is the retail sector's single largest 1 month exodus in over 2 decades. Yeah. Shit could get real. You want to buy your fucking Jamba Juice or your Starbucks and nobody's there to work the counter. Shit could get real. Rev. Monty, thank you for the follow. Let's see. So yeah, no, that the ramifications of that could be interesting and large reaching, or far reaching, I should say. Coffee Man Can, yes it is.
I mean, it can also hasten fucking automation too, so there's also that.
Hey, automation is one of those accelerationist topics. Like, I mean, sure, automate everything and put everybody out of a job. See how well that goes for you. I'm sure there's nothing that could possibly be born of that. An idle populace sitting around all day with nothing to do and no hope for the future. That's usually proved out pretty well for the ruling elites in past events, right? Monty, probably not. I don't know. There goes all the joy of Jamba Juice. Yeah, Mitre. Yeah, they might actually have to pay. They might have to actually pay people real money. What a concept. Let's see. Wait. Somebody literally called General Strike in chat.
What's Grimesism?
Grimesism? I'm guessing. Hang on. Oh, it may be a wacky ideology, actually. Oh God, this is cursed.
I'm not ready for
this
another
is
one.
cursed beyond belief. Look at your screen.
What? Oh God.
Told you.
Why?
Told you.
Oh no.
Oh, 7 years in retail, even here in Australia. It's basically indentured servitude. Yeah, for sure. Rogue, that's what we refer to as a cursed ideology. No, that wasn't Miley Cyrus. I believe that was Grimes, right? I can't identify her on site, but context alone tells me that's Grimes.
That is definitely Grimes.
Okay. Yeah. Sith Codex. I work as a corporate slave mostly because for the moment I don't have much choice in the current system. Hey. Yep. Everyone deserves their own. Oh, Jesus Christ, Rogue Ascension. Grimes, birth giver of A-2662-2626-2SKS-JFDF-21-SDF. Yes. Birth giver of Jesus Christ. Just FYI. Just another thing that you're not going to be able to, is that a shift code? Just another thing that's going to anger you and concern you that you have literally no control over whatsoever. So, fun times. BP is planning on drilling for gas on the edge of the world's largest cold water coral reef off of Western Africa.
Of course they are.
Yes. It looks like they're going for 40 trillion cubic feet of gas over the next 30 years. So, that's that. There's no good, if you're looking for one assessment. No, all of the assessments agree this is a bad idea. It's just a bad idea across the board. So, look forward to seeing in your news feed, like in 3 or 5 or 7 years time, that a BP well off the coast of West Africa has erupted and is leaking condensate, which is the liquid form. It's what you'll hear. You'll hear that word. You'll hear it's leaking condensate into the ecosystem. Yeah. We're sorry. Yeah, good old BP. BP doesn't have a track record of drilling in deep water and then not being able to shut off the well when something goes wrong, right? Nothing that's escaping my memory, that some sort of incident. I'm sure, yeah. Yeah, deep water on the horizon. Not even one. I know, right? I'm sure there's nothing I'm forgetting. And we have a Florida man story. Yeah, well, somehow they'll figure out how to ignite the underwater leak, says Carpe. Sounds about right, actually. You're right, Carpe. That's. I look forward to seeing that development. When it happens in like 3, 5, 7 years, we'll find each other and be like, hey, you were right too. Yeah, it'll be great. It'll be great in the smoldering apocalypse that is the Earth at that point. Comrade Voltron. I heard BP turned their logo into a sunflower and became based. So this isn't your traditional Florida man story. I'm sorry, there won't be a gator going through a McDonald's drive-through window. This is going to be not that surprising once I start. So a gentleman by the name of David Patrick Nims, age 37, is being brought up on charges. You see, a young man entered the bathroom of the Calvary Baptist Church where Nims works in Pensacola and began using the urinal in the bathroom and noticed something odd. He noticed that there was a hole. And when he went to investigate said hole, what he found was a camera pointed at him while he was using the restroom. He went then to tell his youth pastor about what he had found in the restroom. Interesting.
Oh.
Yes. So he's getting a few felony charges as a result of this. The camera was eventually taken. It did find its way into the hands of the police eventually and confirmed that the boy had in fact been recorded using the restroom. The photo showed a face and clothing that was Nims's as he set it up because he's a fucking idiot. He recorded himself setting up the camera. Witnesses were unfortunately unable to identify the bathroom in the footage just from the footage alone, but investigators could easily put two and two together. You see, Nims was the director of the youth ministries at the church. Of course, the church didn't directly respond to comment, but issued a statement saying, "We are grieved and saddened by the allegations and circumstances regarding the arrest of Patrick Nims." Love this language. "We're cooperating fully with law enforcement as they conduct their ongoing investigation and stand ready to provide care and ministry towards those involved and or affected as information is shared with us if it is shared."
Very convincing.
Hey, we're sorry that like you basically were like one step away probably from getting diddled by our youth pastor. But hey, this is a safe space and you can trust us. Yeah, never mind that other stuff where he was making child pornography of you and probably the next step was going to be grooming and fucking you in the ass as you cried crocodile tears into a pillow. But hey, we're here for you. Good old pastors. Catboy. Hi, speaking about Michael Jackson. Yeah, they already gave them care and ministry. Let's see. All right. If there is a God, the church will lose its tax exemption status. Oh, please. I promise you they won't be. I promise you they won't be. Classic. This story repeats here in Catholic Church all the time in Poland. It's I have a subreddit I follow that is just amazing. It's called Pastor Arrested.
Well, that sounds great.
Oh yeah, it's and oh, Jesus Christ, I can spell. So there we go. I'll just browse some of we'll just do a quick, this is just stuff that's been posted within the last couple of weeks. Stuff like that. Of course we have the Florida pastor, another Florida pastor arrested for attempting to have sex with a girl in his youth group. Different guy, different church. We've got Ricardo Ponce, an alleged guru and creator of self-healing, who's accused of hooking women through spiritual courses and retreats in developing nations. He would fly them there. Sexual abuse, human trafficking, that sort of thing, all under the auspices of spiritual enlightenment and that sort of thing. We did talk about the nun. This one's actually kind of funny. A nun in California stole over $835,000 from her school to help finance her gambling habit. Interesting. Let's see. Polk County youth pastor accused of attempted sex with a minor. Let's see. Hillsong employee said she spent years working as a nanny for the ousted lead pastor Carl Lentz and his family, has accused him of sexual abuse, manipulation, and bullying. Canadian pastor arrested. Pastor Paul Lowski told officials that if people aren't fed, they'll start killing others. So he disagreed with the orders of the mayor and continued feeding the poor until day 12 when officers showed up. So different vein, but arrested nonetheless, but this time for the good reasons. Ignoring the fucking law, right? Like, hey, I'm going to feed the homeless people no matter what. So shout out to the Canadian pastor arrested. He's actually doing the Lord's work. Now back to the Catholics, and the Jehovah's Witnesses, and Jim Baker, and a Massachusetts Catholic priest, and a pastor with a congregant who was, the pastor and the congregant were raping girls at a Christian boarding school. Alabama pastor, 15 years for raping children, released after 5 years, plans to start another church in Texas this time around. You know, these sorts of things. Just going down the list. Is religion mostly about social order and control? Yeah, it is. Let's see. Who'd we? Oh wait, hang on. I got. Thank you, Mitrai. Thank you. Yeah, it's yeah. It's just, you know, fuck it. Might as well tell these idiots they're idiots, right, Mitrai? Hey, Skoru. Yeah, I mean, one of my favorite things, like, if not my favorite thing, I've talked about this before. One of my most favorite things to do on stream is to get into theology with people. Having a theological discussion with, like, diehard Christians and born-agains and, you know, evangelical fundamentalist fanatics and that sort of thing. So my favorite thing to do. Honestly, when somebody rolls into this channel and starts, holy shit, good on you, Skoru. I have mine as well. I just got a shipment in of my additional. Oh, I Chew Toys. Zoroastrianism is my favorite deep cut, like, sect. I love that you brought up Zoroastrianism. One of my favorite things to do, though, is when somebody rolls into chat, like, dropping Bible quotes and shit like that, I light up. People have noticed. Like, I light the fuck up. It's amazing. It's extraordinarily difficult to be a practicing Christian in today's day and age. You got to put in fucking work. And they ain't putting in the work. So it's really easy to just sweep the leg on most of these motherfuckers. And I take great pleasure in doing what Jesus would have done as well. Whether their mythical zombie savior on a stick existed or not, I don't care. The message is still the same. Stop being such a prick. And, well, you know. One of my favorite Wahhabi prophecies. Oh, the Wahhabists. Because I know you all have a favorite Wahhabi prophecy. Yeah, it's fair. On the Pope's beheading and fall of the Vatican. Fair work. Yep, walk the fucking walk. Zoroastrianism brought up by Freddie Mercury by proxy. So thank you, King Cyrus, for your exceptional musical foresight. Fair enough. Craft worked. For a good tree bringeth not forth corrupt fruit, neither doth a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. For every tree is known by his own fruit. Yep. Okay. Bad apples, my ass, says Rev. Oh. Oh, and it looks like we're up another detainee in Nicaragua. The opposition leaders to the presidential candidates just keep getting arrested, just one after another. It's funny how they all seem to be breaking the law. Funny how that works. Wonder if they've considered not doing that. Oh, and there's info. There's no fucking way I'm moving from Dionysian to Apollonian. All right? Dionysian rituals for the win. Dionysus totally for the win. Rogue, that's the thing. I'm not a believer, but I'm a minister. Which is the hilarious part. Oh, yeah. Oh, I mean, all of the gods, Greco-Roman gods, were pretty much terrible people. But that's the thing, is the Greco-Roman sort of projection of deity status had human traits, right? They didn't attempt to create gods that were perfect. They created gods that represented aspects of humanity and nature that they saw as brutal or beautiful. They did the gamut. Right? They ran the spectrum. And so there were drunk gods, there were philandering gods, there were, the brutal, cruel gods. And so they had more, ironically, humanity in their gods than the Judeo-Christian God, for sure. Yeah, Carpe. Yeah, they created excuses in God form. Zeus loved to rape. Yeah, Zeus was super rapey. Yeah, that's definitely a thing. Zeus was super rapey. Consent was not a huge thing back then. Wasn't really a concept. Yeah, it was more, some of the highlights, right? Like some of the shit that Zeus transformed himself into. Didn't he transform into an ant at one time and impregnate someone? Like, some of the weird shit that Zeus got up to was super kinky as fuck. Like, OG furry territory, right? Like, animal and a horse and, like, all sorts of stuff. A bull once. Yeah. It's some of Zeus's tales are really fucking weird. He turned into a swan. There, okay. Yeah. Like I said, yeah, more human. Ironically enough, their gods were more human. Bull, swan. One time he was a frog, says Rabbit. Interesting. Hey, Wee Spanner. Welcome. When Karina, when Zeus makes Loki blush. Yeah, the ancient Greeks were, well, to be fair, the ancient Greeks were total degens. Humans are total degens, right? Like that's the thing. That's what nobody wants to own up to. We're all a bunch of fucking perverted degenerates. And the ones who make claims to as to be otherwise are some of the most perverted degenerates amongst us. So, like, that's just, human beings are fucking freaks. And I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Dude straight up went cloud form just to get laid with a woman who said no. Paganism? Heathens, all of you. Skularu, I did want to ask you as an aside, what dosage are you running? Just out of curiosity. Like, what's your cycle that you're running, and what's your dosages that you are running? Like, what's the concentrate level on your mix? Is it testosterone cypionates? Or which one are you running? And yeah, what's your concentration and what's your dosage cycle look like? Just out of curiosity. Me try. A lot of those gods like some man ass too, by the way. Chutoy, yeah, I would actually agree with that. Yeah, the Egyptian aesthetic was sort of tops. Fucking all right, cool. It's been funny reading all the complaints regarding Loki being gender fluid in the new Marvel stories. Dude fathered an 8-legged horse in the Midgard serpent, but gender fluidity is the problem. I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know God's dick pussy. I didn't know that was an issue. I don't follow the Cape stuff. I don't follow any of the Marvel stuff. I'm sorry. I just don't. I don't have enough time in my life for that shit. I just don't. And it doesn't... I don't give a shit. But I wasn't aware that was a point of contention that was occurring.
For the record, Loki didn't father an 8-legged horse and Midgard somewhere. Loki was actually the mother, just to be clear.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So, there we go. All right.
So did Disney have another bunch of subscriptions canceled, show stopped watching at this point again?
God, I hope they did. I just like anything that fucks with Disney's bottom line. Ares, Hermes, Apollo, Horus, Loki, Thor, Odin all had some boy side piece, says Rabbit. Yep. Oof, true toy. Doesn't someone like Dave Rubin constantly tell people that Thanos is a socialist? Okay. God, that doesn't surprise me, but I'm not aware of that. Oh my God, Rep. Yeah, Loki gave birth. He was a female horse at the time to distract a dwarf from completing some work on time.
So the dwarf fucked a horse. That was Loki.
Human beings are the most creative sexual beings. Honestly, I'm absolutely here for it. I know, oh God, how do I do this without coming across as somebody who needs therapy or counseling? But I think the rich spectrum that is human sexuality is one of the most fascinating aspects of our species. In the words of George Carlin, it would never occur to a rat to fuck another dead rat. But a human being, yeah. We are a fascinating species. And how we express ourselves with regards to our sexuality is some of the most varied and interesting and degenerate shit that you can get up to. Like I said, I'm here for it. Okay, so Tim Pool. All right. Oh, he tried to make a parallel with the Marvel movies when he talked to Sam Cedar, and he responded with, "I don't care." Props to Sam. Humans are fuck around and find out at our core. Carpe, we really are. It's amazing. Deidre, thank you kindly. I'm on 5 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific, and Tuesday, Thursdays, 11:30 p.m. Pacific. You've just caught an 11:30 show, though. It fucking 3:18 a.m. I spent most of the night actually, chat and myself and the people on the line, we spent most of the night just dunking on right-wing idiots, which, again, I try not to make entire streams out of that, even though you could make an entire career out of that, and many have. But yeah, given yesterday's stream tonality and given the fact that shit is weird right now for some reason, yeah, I just leaned into it early in the stream and just didn't pull the reins until, well, finally they crowdered out and, you know, they showed their true soft underbellies and wouldn't put up. They wouldn't get on the line. And we ended up timing one of the idiots out and banning the other. So, Rogue, yeah, it's Caboose. Jesus Christ, that is true though. Only if you take notes though. That is the difference between fucking around and science, is taking notes. So yeah, fuck around, take notes, and find out. Fuck around and find out, and then take some notes. Science.
Isn't that a Jamie Hyneman quote or something?
It's Adam Savage.
Adam Savage. Fuck, that's what.
Yeah. The only difference between screwing around and science is taking notes. Or something along those lines. I'm sure I've bastardized it a little bit. Rabbit says, then publish academia. I was actually involved in an engineers thread on Reddit the other day, Rabbit, and one of them was in academia. One was a professor of engineering, mechanical engineering. Yeah, mechanical engineering. And they were having a conversation about how, there was a lot of people in that conversation, about how the academia of engineering is functionally useless outside of academia. And that, you know, you can fill a chalk, you know, several chalkboards with your equations, but when it comes time to actually finish a project, nobody cares about how many hours you put into the project. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Can you produce a simple solution that will save the customer time and, you know, reproduce the results that we're looking for within the safety margin, right? Like, this is an entirely different aspect. And there was a whole bunch of people who came from like academia, and like there was one dude in particular saying like, well, I'm at my master's level and I was thinking of, you know, should I pursue more? And then there were people in academia that from the engineering side, they're like, not if you want to be useful in society. No, like you should, especially in engineering, go out, do some internships, learn how this shit actually works. It was a really interesting conversation to just be a part of. Rabbit, that's the beauty of theoretical anthropology and applied anthropology. We don't have much time for the theory people. They're exhausting. People who went back from actual work into academia write the best, most useful papers. Astral, somebody brought that up actually. They did a paper comparison between like strict academia and NASA/JPL paper publishing. And they were like, look at the difference between these publishings. And you could tell that there was, I don't know how I want to put this, almost like an elegant simplicity to the NASA and JPL publishings versus the strict academic publishings. As far as, like I said, this was a strictly engineering thread that was occurring. So yeah, it was an interesting conversation to be involved in. Oh yeah, academic fraud's a whole other fucking ball game. Astral. Rev, that is true. It is a study involving I don't know if it was chimpanzees or not, but it was one of our fellow primates. They taught them basically they taught them currency exchange. They would give them tokens, and the token could be traded to a researcher for food. And the first thing, like not one of the first thing that occurred under this newly commoditized system of currency exchange within the primate community was the females started turning tricks. They started doing sex work. The females would have sex with the males. The males would exchange their tokens with the female for said sex acts. It's the first fucking thing that happened. Yeah. It's sex work, prostitution, ladies of the night. It really is the world's oldest profession. It predates our species being our species. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, I had to dig through 80 papers to get 5 that actually... Wait, hang on. That actually kind of were close to achieving what they stated on non-cherry-picked input. 25% of those... 25% of 5. Jesus Christ. Out of 80. Talk about a serious bottleneck. 25% of those had serious math errors and altogether missing critical information we had to guess. Oh, Faye. Oh, okay. Cool. Sith, my country doesn't allow sex workers. My country doesn't either, but I live in a state that doesn't have its head firmly shoved up its own ass. So yeah, I live in Nevada. So we have legalized prostitution here. Technically, it isn't in Clark County, which is where Las Vegas exists, but I will tell you right now, if you think we don't have functionally legal prostitution in Clark County, then I can't help you. We advertise it on the Strip. We advertise it in like vehicles that are moving billboards, like just trucks with billboards on the back. We have like Central American immigrant workers, like straight up, like we have like Guatemalan and Ecuadorian immigrants like walking up and down the Strip handing out leaflets for like, you know, call this number and, you know, masseuses or escorts will come to your room and stuff like that. Everybody knows it's functionally legal even in Clark County, and it is legal everywhere else. There's a couple of other counties, but again, outside of Clark County, your county really doesn't matter in Nevada. So yeah, we're one of the places that doesn't criminalize sex work, and guess what? It works really well. Oh, yes. I remember that rabbit. Yeah, that was a while ago. The guy that claimed the Iroquois were cannibals, and the paper he used was from a guy who had never studied the Iroquois. I love those people. Fucking, here's my source. Did you read your source? Because your source disagrees with you. Oh, God. Is Timpa back? Oh, wait, hang on. Casual, you're having some engagement here, aren't you?
Well, the last time the guy was here, I said something about this coffee company run by vets.
Oh, the bulletproof coffee or whatever the fuck that's about.
Black Rifle Coffee.
That's it. Yeah. Black Rifle Coffee. Thank you.
Yeah, he started saying some weird stuff about it, and then he left for a long time, and I don't know. Well, I don't know. It's all confusing.
Oh, apparently they don't like. Interesting. So they turned their back. Oh, interesting. So they're fucking. Interesting. Oh, fascinating. Yeah, okay, so they've got some interesting controversies. Pig fuel. Ref called it pig fuel. Those other countries weren't Soviet country. Timpa, you know how this... You understand how expansionism works, right? Those other Soviet countries they oppressed weren't Soviet countries until they made them their Soviet countries. Sort of how Russia worked in that regard. You know, imperial expansion is a bitch. China's engaged in it. The U.S. is engaged in it. Russia's engaged in it. Britain, Portugal, Spain, Netherlands, Belgium, Germany, Italy, France, even Australia to a certain extent. Got that all that fuckery over in West Papua with Indonesia and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Here's your fucking anti-tanky hot take for tonight. That this'll rile up some tankies when you say it. Soviet Russia and Maoist China engaged in imperialist expansionism. There you go. They slaughtered indigenous communities. They committed cultural genocide. They executed gay and trans people en masse. They're not great people. Yeah. Yeah, we had Chutoy. Yeah, China's still doing it. Fair enough. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is still current. Yeah, though not Maoist. Fair enough. Yeah, China hasn't been Maoist for quite some time. Fucking Dengist. Fucking okay, buddy Dengist. Jesus Christ. His cousin, I think it was, got sent to the gulag. My grandpa fled Estonia during Soviet oppression. I mean, they were. Kaiser, I mean, they actually were. I mean, they were a tool of the imperial forces. But, yeah. It's a weird distinction to make. They were both at the same time anti-imperialist and a tool of the imperialists. Kind of a double-edged sword conversation there. Let's see. Coffee Man. In reference to what? All right. Scroll back down. Oh, Jesus Christ. No, that fucking... Hang on. Let me just refresh my list here. Oh, Cousin Gulag. Okay, cool. The next stage in human history? I fucking... Collapse or salvation? There you go. You want your Nostradamus prediction from Kai? Collapse or salvation? Yeah. Let's see. Oh, good for them. The former Shake Shack manager is filing a fucking false arrest lawsuit against the NYPD. Good for them. Rabbit. They said in history, not in evolution. Yes, I know all evolutionary roads lead towards crabs. But the corvids are coming next. God damn it, if I have anything to say about it. Cousin Gulag sounds like a dope Soviet-themed gangster rapper. Astral Storm. There's like 3 or 4 simultaneous, diverged evolutionary tracks that all end up at crab. Like, that's the thing. Like, there's multiple species that have evolved into crabs, even though they're not related. Like, that's the weirdness of it. Oh yeah, that fucking got Karina back. The crab thing always gets Karina. It's because it's a local optimum. Yeah. It will be the bin chickens that inherit the earth.
I don't know how laggy the stream was, but crab supremacy.
No, that's about right on time.
Will we ever have anything like a communist utopia in our life? No. Just I'll just rip that band-aid off for you right now. No.
Not if you're using communism.
Yeah. If you're trying to use communism to get to communism, you will never get to communism. And if you're trying to achieve a utopia, chances are you'll never get to a utopia.
Yeah.
This is the weird dichotomy. This is the conflicted nature of this sort of thing. Communistception. It's Krusty Dad, add some salt to it. Yeah, it is a bit of a paradox, but the fact of the matter is that this is where, I mean, look, we're gonna talk some, not lobster. Lobsters are crustacean philistines. They are interlopers. The lobsters are a lie, says Rabbit. I don't know what that is supposed to mean. Kraftwerk. I do agree, Duffy, by the way. Yeah, crab tastes better than lobster.
Oh, way better.
Yeah.
You don't need butter for it.
Yeah. I'm on that team. Crabs are the superior fruit. This is where I'm just gonna like do the anarchist thing. If you want to get to a communist, like some sort of communist state, right? Like, and I mean state as in like a state of being, not a nation state. All right, we're using like science, not political science here, right? If you want to get to a communist state, you can't use Marxist principles to get there. You can't use the underlying tenets of communism to achieve communism. You can't say, you know what we're going to do? We're going to achieve equality by using inequality. That's not how things work. That's just not how the world functions. So you have to use something like anarchism to get there. And this is where I'm just going to hammer my own, philosophies and lens of analysis home for you, right? You have to start from, we are all actually equal. Not you need accredited men of learning, not you need a vanguard class, not you need state engineers, not that you need, the premier of something, right? You need a community of equal and equitable individual autonomous participants. That's what you need to achieve that communist state of being. And you can't get to communism through communism, as it has been written and theorized as such. The only way you get there is through anarchism. This is why the only valid communists are ANCOMs. Sorry, MLs. I'm just going to say it. Decentralized committee, you're just going for anarchistic principles at that point, Carpe. Which is, again, see my statement about ANCOMs, right? They're the only valid communists. That's, as far as I'm concerned, they're the only ones that have the game. Everything short of that is one level or one degree or another of relabeling the hierarchical structure rather than dismantling the hierarchical structure. The problem is the hierarchy in the first place. You don't just relabel shit. You don't swap out, Joe Biden's a terrible dude. Let's swap in Jeff Bezos. Like, this is ANCAP thinking. The problem is that structure. The problem is the vanguardism. The problem is the class structure, is the elitism, is the Revolutionary Guard. That's the fucking problem in the first place. You're just changing labels at that point. You're just changing labels. So you might as well address the problem where the problem lies. It's within the organizational modality of your structure. Fix it. Change it. And we have theory for this. We have praxis for this. We have direct action and methodology for this. It's called anarchism. If you want to get to communism, use anarchism. There is a whole host of mutualist, communalist theory and principles and real-world practice put forth to the tune of 375 years in the case of Kospaya. Right? Like, Kospaya, though much smaller than, admittedly much smaller than Soviet Russia or Maoist China, was successful for 375 years. None of the communist experiments have succeeded in that regard. right? Like they had to be put down by the Papal States because they were becoming such a bit of a threat to them. Right? Like, you want communism? Use anarchism. You'll get there. Yeah, trading one authoritarian stratified system for another. I like the non-Marxist socialism, like syndicalism, Blanquist, Veronicus, socialism before Marx or influenced by Marx. I keep trying to explain this stuff to my liberally mildly nationalistic dad. Good luck with that one. And yeah, utopians are a whole problem unto themselves, and people use utopian as a sort of blah blah blah. I'm not going to get into that one. Let's see. Okay, cool. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, carpet. This is the thing, and this is just just a metaphor. Yeah, basically. Poor bastard was born in 59, never had much of a chance. It's true. The boomers got screwed, like, ideologically, and the lead in the air. I really do think that's a thing. I think the leaded gasoline is a thing. I really, no one's ever been able to successfully debunk or convince me otherwise. I sincerely think that the boomers were affected by the leaded gasoline. They had the highest concentrations of lead in atmospheric lead concentrations that we had seen. And then we fixed that and it just plummeted off. Like, these motherfuckers got lead poisoning. And we know what happens when you get lead poisoning. Whole host of antisocial behaviors. Leaded paint and radium paint. Oh god, the radium paint. And then the lead piping in the water source. Dude, honestly, I think the boomers got like lead poisoning en masse. I think there's something to that. If every resource is infinite or near infinite, doesn't the price of inputs drop to basically zero? It's just our ability to get said resources that are limited. Whatever the best system is to get proliferated access to those resources is the best system to bring about communism. Tankies are lead poisoned. The problem is that tankies are the leading cause of lead poisoning in anarchists.
That I can believe.
Chutoy, again, just a pet theory, but God, I need it to be true. Craftworked, yes, maybe. I'm literally not going to expand it any further, but you had basically two questions in that. But yes, if every resource is infinite and near infinite, doesn't price? Yes. So whatever the best system to get proliferated access to those resources is the best system to bring about communism, maybe. Lots of clauses, lots of stuff. It's been a long night. We're not fucking going that far down the rabbit hole. I'm sorry, but maybe another day.
Which I
After we get to the mineral. Sorry, go ahead, Caboose.
I'm just saying I gotta go to bed.
Oh, hi Nick.
Sleep well. Catch you later, Caboose. Anyway, you were saying, Karina?
It's fast to blast the surface open to get to all the rare minerals underneath, but that would absolutely destroy any and all the wildlife around it. Still the fastest, though. Who cares?
Yeah. It's a whole fucking thing that I'm not even going to get into. But yeah, I do firmly believe this. Yeah, Carpe, it is. It's the other way around. Carpe. While I have you here, have you... I'm sorry. Check it off if you've got your bingo. We're doing the Anarchy in Action, Bakunin. All right, so Carpe, have you ever been on my air? Feel free anytime you want, by the way. Are you familiar with the Bakunin Marx? Not new by any means. Like long past new. Are you familiar with the Bakunin Marx First International Mean Girls drama? Oh yeah, I'm not Adia. Yeah, that for sure. Yeah, of course. Yeah, that goes. That goes with the other doctrine that they fucking just set forth. Yeah, we talked about that yesterday briefly. When a Cat's fucking old time online friends got yelled at by me and Karina over it. Yeah, different book, not new. You mean the worst breakup in the history of socialism? Yes, Rabbit. Yes, they wanted each other, and they had a difference of opinion, and they had a bit of a breakup, and they didn't handle it well, especially especially Marx. Marx behaved a bit like a high school drama queen. And got the anarchists kicked out of the First International because Bakunin correctly predicted the arc of what would happen with Marx's ideology. Then Marx got with that hoe Engels. Yeah, so this is the real War of the Roses. So basically, Bakunin, I'll put you in my burn book, you slut. Bakunin had a few critiques of Marxian ideology and correctly predicted the trajectory that it would take. And Marx was not happy with that. So here's what Bakunin had to say. This is just one paragraph of what Bakunin had to say. Marx is an authoritarian and centralizing communist. He wants what we want, the complete triumph of economic and social equality, but he wants it in the state and through the state power, through the dictatorship of a very strong and, so to say, despotic provisional government, that is, by the negation of liberty. His economic ideal is the state as sole owner of the land and of all kinds of capital, cultivating the land under the management of state engineers and controlling all industrial and commercial associations with state capital. We want the same triumph of economic and social equality through the abolition of the state and of all that passes by the name of law, which in our view is the permanent negation of human rights. We want the reconstruction of society and the unification of mankind to be achieved, not from above downwards by any sort of authority, nor by socialist officials, engineers, or other accredited men of learning, but from below upwards by the free federation of all kinds of workers' associations liberated from the yoke of the state. Bakunin accurately predicted that the inevitable outcome of utilizing a hierarchical authoritative structure, especially in the form of vanguardism, would inevitably devolve into the same hierarchical abuses and oppressions that they are fighting against in that same system that they were attempting to rise up against. Bakunin called it as he saw it. He said Marx is essentially just swapping people. They're changing the labels on the roles, and they're swapping the people, but that role still holds the same power and authority in the structure. And if you don't do anything about the inherent organizational structure, you don't do anything about the underlying potentials for abuse. And anybody who's studied Lord Acton knows power tends to corrupt. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. If you build a structure that grants men, and I say men as in humankind, if you build a structure that humans can abuse, they will abuse it. So you have to take that into account into your organizational structures. You have to account for this early on in the process, because if you don't, what will happen is Lenin artillery shelling the anarchist club of Moscow in 1918, I believe, machine gunning anarchists in the streets, mass executions by Mao of anarchists in China, executions of Korean revolutionaries, right? Like we've seen this before. We know this isn't like theory at this point. This was theory that got tested in the field, and it proved true. Marx had a theory, Bakunin had a theory. They went to head to head with each other. Bakunin said, this is the prediction that I make for the outcome of your theory. Marxist, Leninist, Stalinist, Maoist, Trotskyist theory got implemented and used on a grand scale, and the same abuses were true. The same degradations of humankind came to be. The same oppressive nature came out of that system. Bakunin was right. The only way to communism is through anarchism. It's the only way you can get there, at least with current theory. Maybe there's something waiting. And that's the thing. Anarchist theory is still being written. ML theory is dead. It's just static. And we're still, like, anarchist theory is still being crafted to this very day. Post-anarchist theory is 30 years old. I'm older than some of the newest anarchist theory. That's fucking amazing. Right? Like, it's still a living, breathing thing. And it's still being modified because guess what? Marxist principles won't apply today. Some of his critiques of capitalism apply. Dude, I've never once, you will find nowhere in my history, podcasts, streams, go back and look. I have always granted Marx this. His critiques of capitalism are spot the fuck on. The Marxian critiques of capitalism they're brilliant. They're amazing. They're spot the fuck on. All of his solutions, they're problems. And that's where the differentiation comes. And this is the problem that I have with, like, Marxist, Leninist, Maoist, fucking Stalinist, Hoxaist, Trotskyist, fucking, oh, God help you if you come with some of that fourth political theory bullshit too by Dugin. We've got one of them that comes around from time to time. This is my problem, is that we've tested this theory. We've tested it several times, actually. And we know what it looks like. You know what it looks like? It ends up in state capitalism. Lenin even called this. Lenin fucking called it. Lenin called socialism state-operated capitalism. The experiment got run. It got run a couple of times. We have the results, and we need to adjust for it. Within like a week, too, in St. Petersburg. Yeah. Kraft. Yep. And, I mean, Dengism beats Maoism. Like, you know, does Superman beat Batman? Well, we know Dengism beats Maoism. And what is Dengism? It's fucking neoliberal hyper-capitalism with communist aesthetics. That's it. It's Chinese aesthetics on top of neoliberal capitalism. That's it. It fucking, dude, neoliberal capitalism is a beast. It's a beast. And we need to better understand these things. This is why I encourage people, like, this is why we watch videos by people like Peter Zahan and stuff like that on this channel sometimes. And we talk about it from that perspective. Because you know what? These fuckers are in charge. And you're delusional if you don't understand that, right? Like, it's, oh, the revolution is coming. No, motherfucker, it ain't. We're not ready yet. We're not there yet. We'll get there. We'll get there. Maybe. You know, but we're not there yet. And so, like, we need to account for that in our theory and our praxis. Sinalov, Peter Zahan, Zeihan, Peter. Yes, the struggle continues. It does. Marxism, Leninism is just social democracy. Leave the democracy. This I like that, actually. Not hugely, Zartos. If you're actually listening, Zartos, like, I see you posting over on Discord. If you're actually here listening, like, rock on. Nice to see you. So you've been absent for a little bit, Zartos. Nice to see you, man. Not really. Cuba's a halfway decent example. Vietnam is a go-to for socialists and communists all the time, but I got to tell you, Vietnam's super capitalist. Oh yeah, info. So, crime rates surge every summer. Heat is a direct corollary to crime rates. That's been a thing for probably ever. Do I believe in critical race theory? Yes, I believe. I believe it exists. Yes, it is a thing. I believe in it, just like I believe in corn and televisions and, you know, my Cappy mug. Do I think it's correct? I believe in a lamp. While critical race theory allows for this option, I think it should be further explored. I am an anarchist, therefore I am an intersectionalist. Critical race theory talks to and addresses the fact that race is but one component of this. I would like something broader than that as you know, a card-carrying intersectionalist. Like, you know, yes, this is a problem. This is a thing. This is a system. This is an interpersonal. This, again, read Foucault. This is a power dynamics issue, right? Like, this is what this is about. So yes, but I would also like some other stuff brought to bear in that conversation, and critical race theory allows for that. It doesn't necessarily exclude it. It just doesn't focus on it. And I would like a broader picture painted. That's all. But I mean, yeah, we need to be talking about that shit. Like, I mean, it has an impact. It is a thing. It did happen. We need to discuss it. There's long-term systemic ramifications from that behavior pattern. Yeah. I just, you know, again, anarchist equals intersectionalist. So there's other stuff that I like in the conversation. Well, my ancestors did. My ancestors were busy having sex with them. My paternal side infamously is newer into this country. They had nothing to do with that aspect of human of American cultural development. And my mom's side were broke as fuck and basically were a bunch of fucking sluts. My mom's side fucking slept around. Like, yeah, my mom's ancestral heritage. They're like, you know, we don't care. What's your deal? Indigenous, African, like, we're getting down tonight. So yeah, there's on my mom's side, it gets a little mixed up. It takes Craftwork, what is intersectionalism? Intersectionalism is basically just a methodology of analysis that says, look, race is a factor, class is a factor, gender is a factor, sexuality is a factor. All of these sorts of components of the human experience play into either systems of oppression or systems of enlightenment or freedom of some sort thereafter, right? When we're talking about the manipulations, the control mechanisms, the social normative values that are put forth by a culture, all of these sorts of things, this is where intersectionalism comes into play. Your ethnicity, your nationality of origin, your gender identity. What was that, Karina?
I'm saying goodnight to Cupcake.
Ah, yes, goodnight, Cupcake. So yeah, this is intersectionalism. But intersectionalism doesn't exclude the idea that some of these should be weighted differently. Do I have something that can demonstrate this? Because I know, like, maybe I think Ruth Kinna talks about this a little bit. Okay, so blue are passages, red are... Yeah, okay. So here, this is going to be... Okay, so you see how the lines are weighted differently? Now, this isn't saying like this is a definitive weighting of it, but this is sort of a graphical version of intersectionalism, is that you have like the state power encapsulated in this circle, and you've got capability and patriarchy and class and race and sexuality and gender identity and ethnicity and national origin and all these sorts of things that play in, and they all get sort of weighted differently depending on the situation and the person and the time frame and what they're dealing with and all these sorts of things. But yeah, that's sort of an intersectionalist analysis. Oh god, somebody said some shit, right? Like I'm seeing here. Oh, there it is. What do I think about PragerU? I think the same thing that anybody who understands how to identify a propagandist thinks. They're propagandists. Don't get me wrong, I am too. But, you know, game recognizes game. They're trying to sell a narrative, right? They're trying to grift. They're literally, they are financing a large organization using fear and hate and general propaganda, right? Like, okay, that's what that is. Take it as such. Contextualize it as such. Kyle M. Parker. Hello, Kyle. Yes, Carpe. It is. Intersectionality is counter to reductionism. Fucking whether it's race reductionism, class reductionism, gender reductionism, it doesn't matter. Intersectionality is the answer to that. When you say the only thing that matters is X, intersectionalists answer back, life is far more complicated than that. You cannot boil anything down to one single thing. That's not how human existence works. And to be a bit nerdy, to quote Doctor Who, there are very rarely are there days where there's an absolute right and an absolute wrong. But on those days that it occurs, there's usually a body count involved. That's the truth of the matter. When somebody says it's as simple as black and white, in most instances, it isn't. It just isn't. But sometimes it is. But unfortunately, when you have that level of clarity, usually you have a body count involved. Sad but true. Welcome to humanity. No, I do not. Not in the sense that you probably are using that term. You're probably using that term in a North American, what we would describe as a North American or neo-libertarian fashion. Not in a political science or old world fashion. Once upon a time, like 1880 to 1920, libertarian was synonymous with anarchist. Libertas, after all, French origin here. But no, I am not a libertarian. I very much am an anarchist. And there is a distinction to be made, a very important distinction at that. What about Jesus Christ? Hey, well, Young Earth creationism actually has a little more fucking gray to it than you'd probably like, Chutoy. You were okay with your first two, but here's the trick. What about anti-vax? Black and white, right? Black and white. Get vaccinated. There's a body count involved. Climate change denial. Guess what? There's climate refugees. There's people that starve to death due to famine and droughts. Body count. right? Like this is the thing. The very first two you iterated out that are black and white have body counts attached to them. I would argue the third doesn't really have a body count attached to it, nor is it black and white. It is a black and white thing. The Earth is, don't get me wrong, the Earth is not fucking 5,000 years old. That's fucking stupid as shit. But as far as policing people's goofy religious beliefs, don't shoot anybody, don't crucify anybody, don't oppress any queers, and we're good, right? If you want to believe the Earth is 5,000 years old and you just keep that shit to yourself and you live your life as a productive, loving human being, whatever. No skin off my back.
Alrighty, I'm gonna head to bed too.
Catch you later, Karina. Yeah, Rabbit. Kai, come on now. You and I both know the Earth is 6,010 years old. Hey, Morpheus. Yeah, it's... Oh, Mr. Basin, I can get you a link, but it's, let me try and find you a link. I think that's the one. Look, all I can find you, like, on the fly is an Amazon link. Forgive me. But you can find this chair, like, elsewhere. Like, for real. It's a Work Pro Quantum Ergonomic High Back. It's actually technically a Work Pro Quantum 9000 Ergonomic High Back with headrest. And they last. One of the recommendations came from a dude who was in the Air Force who had broken his chair down and done several tours of duty, like moving it from deployment to deployment. Yeah, I can write. It's not cheap, but I mean, you know, it's worth it. Rabbit. Jesus had a pet dinosaur. It's in the Bible. Hey, Herodotus. Oh, wait. I have... There we go. Let's see. Hang on. Let me just open a tab here. Come on. Here we go. Alright, cool. Young Earth Creationist says hey. Good call, Night Loaded. Yeah, fuck solipsism. Solipsis can lick my nuts. No, it actually doesn't. It's got a very distinct curvature to it. It accommodates the lower lumbar region, Astral, just fine. But due to the mesh, like it's different than foam. Like foam chair structure is different. Like the mesh conforms to you in a way. Oh, but you meant the angle adjustment. Yeah. Oh yeah. This thing adjusts like fucking 9 ways to Sunday. Even the arms do this and fucking the back and yeah, it's very adjustable. Let's put it that way. No, actually it doesn't fold down flat. I'm not entirely sure I know what you mean by that, Astral. Is the angle adjustment smooth or rough grades? Rough grades. Oh, wait. It depends which adjustment. Yeah, like some of them are rough, some of them are smooth. The back is rough. The seat is smooth adjustments. Why? What am I? Do I like Ron Paul? No. No. No, I'm not a Ron Paul fan. Again, you seem to be struggling with this concept, and that's okay. We all pick things up at different speeds. No criticism, not picking on you. I'm an anarchist, not a libertarian. There's a big difference. There's literally a chasm of difference between these two ideologies. So, no. Chutoy, you're literally arguing for nuance and gradation now. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. There is potential for... You've introduced gray into your argument for black and white. Just saying. What about Bob Dole? Bob Dole. Bob Dole. Bob Dole. Bob Dole. Bob Dole. For those of you that know that reference, mad props. Oh God. One second. Oh, fucking stretch. Anyway, all right. Sorry. Welcome to the fans of Ron Paul Uncut BBS. Copyright 1986. My thoughts on philosophical anarchism. I mean, I'm not hugely versed in philosophical anarchism. I do know that it was like the term was coined by Tucker to differentiate between the peaceful anarchists versus the revolutionary anarchists. So I suppose in a very sort of roundabout way, I mean, I am in some regards a philosophical anarchist. A part of that carries through in that sort of Thoreauian, Tucker-esque version of anarchism, right? Like there are components of my beliefs, my practices that are in alignment. But these days we would probably not refer to it as philosophical anarchism, at least within the anarchistic milieu, not commonly at least. It would probably I mean, the immediate counter to philosophical anarchism is Stirnerism, is egoism, right? The philosophical anarchists have this sort of belief that they have a moral belief, right? Like they are. How do I want to put this? Jeez, it's been a long fucking night. It's been a long fucking night, kids. It's been a long fucking night. Due to the intellectual or theoretical criticisms that philosophical anarchists put forth, they fundamentally give way to the specters. We used to use a different term for this. Stirner definitely used a different term for this. They are guilty of falling prey to the same specters of the mind that Stirner critiqued. Now, how you feel about these sorts of things and how this integrates into your version of anarchism, and whether you, as you know, you follow the sort of progressive rationalism, I suppose, that is put forth by philosophical anarchism. You know, it depends which school of anarchism you attend. And like most, I suppose, especially post-left, post-anarchists, like there's not many of us, but I've met a couple. I've met 2 on Twitch that were like, holy shit, I thought you were the only one, bro. You fucking right. Like long lost brothers at a convention sort of thing, right? Most post-anarchists are going to be of a mind that they have a compendium of anarchistic beliefs, right? They've taken an element of Stirner, they've taken an element of Proudhon, they've taken some some Goldman, they've taken, they've run the gamut. Maybe a little Bookchin, even though Bookchin turned it back into an ML right before he fucking died. Never trust the MLs, folks. Once an ML, always an ML, it seems like. So you know, that's just an anarchist being bitter about a fucking anarchist who... It's anarchist infighting. Murray Bookchin started as a Marxist-Leninist. He converted to anarchism when the Marxist-Leninism didn't work for him. Spent a lifetime writing anarchist theory, and then right before he fucking died, basically releases a book that basically shits all over anarchism, and you just read ML shit all through it. And you're like, never quite got past it, huh, Murray? So yeah, most Discordian, most modern anarchists, or at least the ones that I will be having conversations with, have a palette of anarchistic beliefs. In the words of Emma Goldman, anarchism isn't a monolithic philosophy, it's a network of ideas, and we much prefer it that way. All right, let's see. Lysenko is... Oh, Jesus Christ. Lysenko... I'm sorry, are you defending Lysenko, Astral? Because anytime somebody tries to defend Lysenko, there's a blood vessel. Okay, cool. Cool. It's like I'm worried I might stroke out one of these days when I hear people try and defend Lysenko. And trust me, I've heard people try and defend Lysenko. Ugh. For those of you who don't know, Lysenko was a Soviet scientist who thought you could turn crops communist. The guy was fucking batshit insane. Yeah, Lysenkoism, or why won't my plants grow? Yeah, no, Lysenko... Mendelian genetics, out the door. They did, yes, exactly. Commie corn this Halloween. Oh, God. It's just the fucking Lysenko has of infrared fame tried to defend Lysenko. One of his fucking stands came in here and tried to defend Lysenko. And then another dude tried to defend Lysenko. It's like, this motherfucker thought if you took like potato crop and planted them all in 1 square meter, that I'm not kidding here. This isn't hyperbole. That if you planted the entire fucking field in 1 square meter under a communist regime, the plants wouldn't compete for resources. They would share them equitably, because plants competing for resources is a capitalist problem. The guy was fucking... I was about to say the same thing, Chris. Batshit. The guy was batshit. Oh. What is my position on the death penalty? The state is an unjust hierarchy, and having control over life and death is not within their purview. They should not be granted such a power. There. This is my position on the death penalty. It's true. Oh my god. Square. That's great. Fucking, that's a great photo. Fucking look at Stalin looking at him like, yeah, this guy knows what's up. Jesus Christ. Oh. These two. Oh, brilliant. Oh, dude, there's so many problems with the death penalty. There's so many fucking problems. Yeah, and the scientific... It's almost like Stalinism wasn't a good idea. It's interesting. We're seeing so many problems here crop up. Weird. Who'd have thought? There's some fair critiques of Stalin. Interesting. Interesting. This guy's gonna die in his potato sacks. Yes, exactly, Amherst. Hashtag Lambach. Lambach. What's Black Hammer up to these days? Who are they grifting these days? Let me actually do some channel tasks here too while I fucking complete them. Complete all those. There we go. Carpe, you can link anything you want. My channel does not. My bot is my bot. I self-host a bot, and it is firmly under my control. And there are no bans on links. Yeah, like you may post away. You can put it on the Discord if you want. You can put it in chat if you want. You do you, bro. Opinion on nuking Australia to get rid of spiders. Spiders are your bros. Don't fear the spiders. The spiders get rid of all the stuff you don't like. Spiders are the spiders are our friends. Let's see what we got. All right, let's put it on stream. Oh, I think I like dictatorship. Dictatorship of the proletariat, right? Dictatorship of the proletariat, right? Yeah. Yeah, our bot is great. It says funny things about about Ben Shapiro. Hey, Riveroth, did you know Ben Shapiro's wife is a doctor? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that format has definitely fucking caught fire recently. Holy shit. Oh, Benny Shapopo. Oh, Ben Shapopo. Oh, he's so adorable. Have you guys, it's been a while since we talked about this. Have you guys ever looked at Ben Shapiro's fictional book? If you have not looked up Ben Shapiro's fictional book, it is amazing. Well, yeah, no, Kaiser, you, of course, like, we've covered this on the channel. Oh, it's called True Allegiance, and it is amazing. It is amazing. No. The book exists. It's just a work of fiction. Yeah, it's one of his books. True. There it is. True Allegiance. Should Breen adapt one of Ben Shapiro's books? Be amazing. Bear of a man. Yes, Betray. Exactly. Like, it's just... Some of the quotes from that book are so fucking amazing. We try and find it. Hawthorne. That's fucking Hawthorne was a bear of a man, 6'3" in his bare feet and 215 pounds in his underwear, with a graying blonde crew cut and a face carved of granite. He had plenty of smile lines. He just didn't like showing them to people unless he knew them. Benny, are you trying to write erotic fiction? It is, honestly, it is an amazing fucking book. It's amazing. Oh, Raphael. No, it's very homoerotic. Throw some dinosaur erotica and I'm in. Yeah, it's fucking brutal. Yes, it's bare feet. Yeah, it is amazing. Some of the fucking I wish I could find some. So I had all the fucking look. Just go read True Allegiance, or go watch like who did the telling of it? Like, was that Chapo? That fucking somebody did a fucking run through of it, and it's Skoru. Yeah, it's fucking brutal. Here, hang on. Let me. All right. Yeah, leave. Yeah. No. That's not. There we go. Why you no load? Why no load? Alright, well, that's not my internet. Fuck it, it's 4 a.m. I'm not diagnosing that shit in the minute. Oh, yeah, no, it's definitely a good read. It's definitely a good, like, I think it was Chapo or somebody that fucking did, like, a telling of it or something like that. Yeah. But yeah, there's like a Latino rancher that's a terrorist. Hawthorne. Hang on, let me find you. I will read you the hang on. All right, here you go. Here's Oh, Skoru. Oh, that's fucking brutal. That's brutal. Hey, public. Well, I'm about to head out, but here is the back cover. All right. So if you guys are interested in Ben Shapiro's True Allegiance, yes, we're talking about the Shabib book. From the author of The Right Side of History, New York Times best-selling author Ben Shapiro's breakneck thriller asks, how close are we to country's collapse? And will we be able to stop it once it begins? America is coming apart. An illegal immigration crisis has broken out along America's southern border. There are race riots in Detroit. A fiery female rancher turned militia leader has vowed revenge on the president for his arrogant policies. And the world's most notorious terrorist is planning a massive attack that could destroy the United States as we know it. Meanwhile, the president is too consumed by legacy seeking to see our country's deep peril. Brett Hawthorne is the youngest general in the United States Army, and he's stuck alone behind enemy lines in Afghanistan. He's the last lost soldier of a failed war fighting to stay alive and make it back home. But will he be able to stop the collapse of America in time? All right. This is Ben Shapiro's fucking True Allegiance. It is bad. It is bad. It is bad. Like, it's just bad. Like, the book is bad. The prose is bad. The fucking grammar is bad. The concept, the high concept is bad. The book is just bad. But you know what? It's the good kind of bad. It's the kind where you go through it and you're like, oh, this is amazing. It's the right kind of bad. Yeah. Yeah, the right kind of bad. So bad it's good. Yeah, right. There's the right kind of bad that circles all the way around to, oh, this is really fucking hilarious. It's the right kind of bad. Yeah. Oh, yeah. 100% Carpe. 100%. The straight to video fucking Kurt Russell type movie for sure. Or fucking Steven Seagal maybe. You know, something like that. C-list movie. Yeah. Yeah. 100%. It is in that category of good bad. Rutger Hauer. Yeah. Playing a virile young general who's trapped behind enemy lines in Afghanistan. Why the fuck is there a general out there to start with? But yeah, oh yeah, it'd be like some 65-year-old fat overweight, like past his prime action star, starring as something that should be like a 24-year-old or something like that. Yeah. Oh, but yeah, Ben Shabibo. I mourn the fact Ben Shapiro wrote a failed screenplay. He wrote a screenplay that got shopped around Hollywood and basically laughed out of Hollywood. This is listed as one of the reasons that maybe Ben Shapiro is so bitter and angry towards Hollywood. His family's all Hollywood people. They're all like insiders. He grew up in fucking Hollywood, right? He wrote a screenplay, he shopped it around, and it was just panned across the board. I want that screenplay so badly. I want that fucking screenplay. I so want to see it. I want to know what the fuck, he produced. It'd be amazing. I want that goddamn screenplay. Yeah, same with Breitbart, same with Bannon. I mean, you can post it. I'm not gonna link to it or anything. I'm not gonna show it, Cave. But I mean, technically, no, Cave. You can't post it. I am not allowed to tell you can post that specifically. Yeah, no. Genius slightly lesser than fucking M. Night Shyamalan. Oh. All right. So here's the deal. I've been doing this for entirely too many hours at this point. I need to feed myself again. I need to fucking get up and move around and do stuff. So you have your choice. I can either raid over to Too Tall Tony. Would love to do a Discord table raid. Oh my god, it'd be amazing. Or if you guys have any streamers that are in single digits that you want to raid out to, that you want to suggest, by all means, put them up. I would, that's my policy though, that we only raid out to people who are in single digits. So if you've got anybody you want to show a little love to, then by all means. Otherwise, I'm going to raid to Tony. All right. I was fucking watching Sam Cedar. Oh, you know what though? They use Hitchhiker's Guide fucking references. All right, I'm down. I miss Douglas. Wait, is Public still live? Well, I raided to Public twice last week. I rated the public twice last week, so we can pass on that one. But yeah, we're gonna raid over to Dr. Bwin. Either way, Carpe, thanks for the raid and thanks for hanging out. You fucking stayed after your raid by quite a bit. Everybody else who was here if you were here from the beginning to the end, mad fucking props. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, you know my schedule. I'll be on 5:30 p.m. Pacific tomorrow. If you're not already in the Discord server, by all means, get in the Discord server. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, okay, himself. All right, I thought you meant... all right, I will catch you all later. Bye-bye. Are you still conscious, Duffy?